nervous. I'm a little bit nervous. Let me tell you why I'm nervous. By the way, people, as long as I don't get headaches off here, this could be quite a long stream. I might go 2-3 hours here to make up for lost time. Now, the first nervous, by the way, I've got loads of clips. And I've got clips, I've got some funnies, I've got some news, I've got some oldies. Oh, I've got to grab that one quickly. Give me a second, will you? I can't miss this one. Oh, look at that. I've got about 14 up there. Hang on, I can put it on that one. Let me just get this one. Oi, people. Actually, I'll talk about that a bit later. I'll talk about that a bit. What I mean by that, of course, is I'll forget about that and it won't get mentioned again. Right, let me just have a look for this fella. Let me have a look for this fella's name. We'll get on with the stream. Don't worry. There's no rush. No need to panic. Where is it? I wonder if I maybe watched it on my phone when I was half hour in the blazing midday heat going to the head office of the internet people. Good God. I knew I was never going to find it again. Let me try and do it like this. Not the best start, but it'd be definitely worth seeing again. I don't want to see their weird. There's a commentary of it. It'd be nice just to see. There you go. I think that'll do. That'll probably be enough. I've just got to check it. Hang on. Where's it? How much does he talk? Yeah, that'll probably do. Right, all right there. Nice to see you. Sorry about the delay. Sorry about not streaming. I've got no internet. No, I haven't got my own internet. I am on a 15 megabytes per second, which in theory should be all right. But if I can get onto it, because it ain't mine, I'm not breaking the law or anything, am I? So can other people. So, you know, if the owner of this Wi-Fi decides to download a movie, should only last a couple of minutes, or starts playing a game. I doubt you're a gamer if you've got a 15 meg internet connection, are you? Unless you're playing Pong. But it could buffer. There could be issues. I'll give it a go. Why not? There's a lot of moaning at the beginning. Vaughn! How lovely. There is actually Planet X. You know what, Planet X? It's not, you can't buy points. It doesn't work like that. But you donate, and obviously don't make you feel in any way obliged, because I never want anyone to do that. But you donate pretty much every time you're here, and that's incredible. What a lovely gesture to do that. So that's 2,500. Sorry about that. That's the first one gone. Oh, damn. Where's the internet I was on? See, it's already happened. I don't know if I'm back with you yet. If this keeps up, obviously, I'll have to just jog it on. But I wasn't on this internet. Why isn't the other one? Maybe that's it. Hang on. I might disappear while I try and get on another internet. Hang on. This is the one I want to Let me see if I can sort this problem out, people. What a terrible shame. I've got a really good show lined up. I've got a bit of a story and a good message to give you. And even this little start has already corrupted. It's testing. You might have seen the title of this video, Problems into Perspective. And that's being tested at the moment because I tried this out. I've done a few sample streams that didn't get broadcast, and it was all lovely. So anyway, Planet X. 5,000. There you go. You're on the scoreboard, PXH. That's incredible. Thank you, mate. RP drops 2 in a little opener. Nice one, Raymond. RP, another regular donator. It is the grease that keeps the cogs going and may actually become very relevant in my life. Not just streams, but business is tricky at the moment. I had a meeting with my business partner today who seems to think everything's fine, but he always thinks everything's fine. And that can be an element of temperament, right? That can be temperament, which is simply how you respond to a situation. And it's not necessarily about optimism and pessimism. It's about your ability to do the things necessary to get you out of it. But when you've got, my biggest market is America. My second biggest market is the UK. 2 places where people are being rinsed dry of every fucking penny they've got at the moment. Intentionally, they want small to medium enterprises out of the way. They get in the way of the work, and by work I mean the power and control of the corporations. And so it's a real struggle, and that's all part of what I want to talk about here. I mean, I will get there. Nice one, Raymond, though. Machano Kushpanatanaku. Hello, Marsh. Nice one. Before the UTLM. There you go. There you go. Which is why my internet's orange, but we'll get there in a minute. Thank you, Martin. Much appreciated, mate. Now, how are you, Emma? I want to know how you are. Can you tell me in the chat how you are? Because I want to put this up on the screen without it being obscured, shall we say, by lettering. But I want to know how you are with it, and I'll tell you why after. So, people, Planet X, Raymond and Martin, thank you for those donations. At the moment, they mean so much. They really mean a lot. They always do, but just at the moment. Right, Emma's good. Okay, there you go. 42. There you go. Baz. What happened? So I get an email from 42, and he says, words to the effect of, here's a picture of my, and the way the words he used, I'm not going to read them out, not because he didn't ask me to or anything, or no, not because he asked me to, but that would mean opening up my email, putting more drain on my, what I've probably got 2 megabytes left. There you go. Emma's good. And he said to me, my beautiful darling, blah, 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 blah. All very sincere. Picture of Emma, and I'd like to surprise her if you could get that on a thumbnail. I know she's been on one before, blah blah blah, and I thought, yeah, I'm up for any scrubs. If you want to be on the thumbnail, I'd rather any scrub be on a thumbnail than a hot titty blonde, which I tend to go for. for the thumbnails, because they're nice when you got to stare at something for half hour. They're nice to cut around, you know. But this is a community, and I like to get us because we are us, and it's nice to represent that. And so 42 said, I can't remember if it was in the same email. I replied and said, yeah, I can do that. I can't remember if it was the same email, but he said, can you make sure, if possible, get the leather handcuffs hanging off of my pull-up bar in the background? I didn't put them in. I didn't put those handcuffs up. In fairness, Emma, I think there's probably blonde and brunettes 50-50. And so I said, yeah. Now that was a bit weird because, as you can see, there's this weird bit of blending going on here. It took me fucking ages not having the necessary skills. But I suddenly thought, you're not a hot titty blonde, Emma, but you are a very sexy lady. And there's no doubt about that. The first picture you sent in, I think, had everyone. Wanking is the word I think I'm looking for. Anyway, and so I thought, all right, I'll do it. You asked. And then I was caught up in a quandary, in a little bit of one of those things where I was starting to think, well, Emma and 42, yes, I've spoken to 42 more. Yes, I'd say he's more of a connection. I've got more of a connection with 42 than Emma. That's fair to say. No, I think it's realistic. Although I do talk to Emma and that. She's been on a couple of times. But I thought, does that mean that I do this? Because she might not want that. She might not want that. So now I'm judging. I'm trusting 42 to not have misjudged this. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you two little misjudged stories. The first one was a girlfriend's birthday of mine. And we had a load of mates round. And we were only like 16, 17. And I had a photograph of her, an actual paper photo. And I'd got it photocopied and blown up. And it was her in a little PVC nurse's outfit, colour photocopied, cut out, stuck on card, happy birthday, blah, 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 in a big envelope. I had to make the envelope to fit the card. Oh, you know, I was an art student. I'm not saying that to say it was any good, but I was skint, so I didn't go out and buy a nice big envelope and all that. Anyway, everyone's having a few biffs and that, and I pretended I hadn't got her anything. And then I went, oh, what's this then? Got it out, and it was just a bit awkward. It was misjudged. She wasn't a girl I was with for years, and well, maybe because of that. But she didn't like it. She didn't like it, and she got all shitty, and she was like, that's private for us. And you just, and I was like, oh, hang on a minute, come on. And so I'm thinking, am I going to put this up and then we're going to go, okay, so that's how it works, is it? So if I send you a picture of 42 bending over, would you going to put that on the screen? So I can now relax. I can now what did her dad say? So there was that. The second bad judged. I told you about the screenplay I wrote with that mad director who actually lost his mind. The bloke who had a career synchronicity with made Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels. I always forget his name. Shane Ritchie. They worked together. They made videos and the pop promos and then adverts. And I think Guy Ritchie stayed at Molyneux and Mark went off to Serious Pictures. So they were doing their thing together. And my film that didn't get made. And I threw a pint glass at the screening, and my agent sued them and said, you can't put that film out because you're in breach of contract until you give Mr. Dangerfield $175,000, which I still haven't got, incidentally. When we were all getting on, I moved all my mates. Hello, Marzipan. I moved all my mates into the squat, and it was the director Mark's birthday. And again, it was a photograph that we took of him, and he didn't have a particularly round head, but it was it was a combination of a cheap camera, a weird angle, and it made him look like he had a proper football head. So my mate Wev, bless him, he went to the shop, got this tiny little photo of this bloke's head blown up, put on a t-shirt. I mean, stoners don't do that. And he had a full-time job. He was the only bloke who lived in that squat that had a full-time bed, and the only bloke who didn't have a full-time job and didn't have a bed. Well, the rest of us had like mattresses. You wouldn't have known that place was a squat, by the way. It was a beautiful house. Beautiful old Edwardian place on the old Ford Road. But he slept on towels. He'd go and work for FPD Savills, like one of the biggest property companies in London, as some kind of accountant, not chartered, regardless. And he slept on like a few towels. And anyway, and he had at the top in an arch, "Happy birthday," and then a picture of this big round head going. And underneath it, well, it actually said ball head, BALL head. But when we first got the photos back, we were like, nah, ball head. Because you do things like that when you're young and stoned. Ball head. Anyway, comes to his birthday. No one's got him anything because none of us really liked him. And he was using the film as an excuse to hire us as friends. That became obvious very, very quickly into the writing of this screenplay, But I did spend about £60,000 of the budget. What was it? The research budget was just, let's go. And then we went, oh, here are. And we'd all had a few drinks and a few beers. And we went, here you go. And Mark couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe he was proper middle class. He couldn't believe these working class blokes who he had no affinity with, no connection, and only managed to pretend I was his friend because I'd signed a contract for $350,000 to write this movie. First time Mumford met him, we were at a bar. We were at a boozer in Soho. I can't remember the name. And, he'd obviously heard a lot about Paul Mumford because I told him. And Paul, I was already with Paul at the boozer, and Mark's turned up, and he was a dickhead, right? And he went, anyway, I've got to go to the toilet. And he went to the toilet, and Paul turned to me and went, so, your new best mate? What a twat. And I was like, yeah, he's a real fucking idiot. Yeah. What am I meant to do? They went, he went, I totally understand it, but wow, what a whore you've become. I was like, yeah, he really does fuck me. And this is a bloke once who, when we got back to the squat one night, speeding out of our nuts, he managed to get these two birds I pulled. He managed to get them to leave by freaking out. I can smoke weed. I'm as cool as you. What? I'm as cool as you. Give me the bong. Oh, no. What's happening? And that's when he grabbed my shoulders and went, you have to speak to me for 5 hours. I went, no, I don't. You have to let go of me in 5 seconds. Yeah, we're going. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. And then he said, should we watch some porn? Shall we? So we're both on the pervert powder. Shall we watch some porn? He said. As any adult, I mean, we were like 25, 26 years old. Have any of your male friends ever said to you, should we watch some porn? While you're speeding? Or just when you're not? Just when you're young? Just when you got a libido that's fucking going through the roof? And I was sort of like, I remember thinking, well, no is the answer. Well, no, the answer is yes, but it'll be in my room when I can milk the bastard for the next 9 hours and get through the 2 grams of crack I got in my pocket without you there ruining it. But I thought, well, hang on a minute. I'll see where this goes because look at JP. We had a little member stream the other day. I'll bring that back into the story in a minute. Apologies for fucking that up as well. Anyway, but it was a cracking little stream. The people who managed to find it. JP was a legend on it, actually. Anyway, so I thought, well, I'll see where this goes, because the bloke had a weird thing for me anyway. He had the fascination. He was fascinated with me. Oh, you know. And so when he said she watching porn, I went, yeah, okay, yeah. And then all sped up. And now it was amateur night at the Sulphate show, right? He would just taking loads of it to try and impress these girls. Oh, that's impressive. Speed. I mean, no drug taking is impressive. But speed, it's like you're eating dirt. Look at me. Look at me. Wow, you're going to be awake feeling really weird for far too long. Well, we think so. Hello, Charlie. Everyone thinks he was, yes. But he's apparently now got a kid. So, yeah. Anyway, so then all mad pervert powder, he was like, right, and I knew he was doing the sorts of things I'd done with girls. He was going to make the perfect porn viewing sort of sex situation. And he moved these two chairs and he put a bean bag and he said it. And it was a really subtle moment that said a lot to me. Under his breath, he went, bean bag to put your feet on. Bean bag to put your feet on. Yoga mat, stick your ass in the air. And he was doing all that, and then he sat down, and VHS in those days, he's popped this, and I shit you not, the first scene was just these bollocks, right? Just bollocks. And I was thinking, please not gay porn. Please not gay porn, because that's going to make this. It will bring to the surface the everything everyone's been trying to repress, so that I can get this film made, get the money, and get the fuck out of there. Nice one, Andy. Facial hair dyed. I'm a bit lost with the comment, mate. I'm a little bit lost with that one, but what, my facial hair, or I'm lost. Nice one for the donation. If you can help me out, or if anyone else can, I'm up for it. Hello, Livy. Anyway, it's just these balls, and then it's sort of like wow, down, 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 and the shot was going up the shaft of this cock. Now, okay, all right, there may well still. I mean, it's weird watching porn if you're watching heterosexual couples fucking anyway. I've always preferred. I mean, I'm over 2 years off the porn now. I mean, you know, glamour images I tend to look at occasionally, but it's kind of weird watching a bloke fuck a woman, isn't it? That's porn. That's most porn. Just watching another bloke have sex with someone. I've never really been into that, to be honest with you. But it was just a shaft shot, and I was thinking, no way, I've never seen. This must be his favorite ever. And then he sat down, right? And this is a real class thing, I think, because I never would this happen with working class blokes. Never. He sat down with this shaft shot still going on, you know, like scanning up the shaft, underside of the shaft. And I was thinking, oh yeah. He sat down, unzipped his trousers. Oh, just wanking. He's just wanking. Just wanking. Just looking at it, going, oh, and this is an ugly face, but he was doing it. That. What is that? And I know it was that because he went like this. He went. What, you're not wanking? Oh, it's great. That wouldn't happen in working. I will say now, any working class people in the chat, not on your life. Because if that happened in a working class community, that gets out that night. That night, everyone finds out about it, and that fella is never seen again. He knows he can't survive in that environment. Not because anyone's homophobic or anything. That's not the issue. It's just you don't wank together. You know, that's why the elites go all the way to Eyes Wide Shut, whereas you working class people, they like to fuck their partners. They like to have the occasional threesome. A threesome is two women and a man. You know, if you want two men and a woman, you've got to become royalty. It's always, that's how it works. But he's just there. Oh. And when it got to the end of the shaft, then of course there's this bloke going, oh, no, that's what I like. And then finally there was some ladies. And I'm just sitting there and I said to him, so hang on a minute. Do you expect me to sit down next to you, like on that seat that's like a foot away from you, and we just both wank together? And he went like this. He went, yeah. That's the sort of thing I thought. What, are you up for it? Yeah. Oh, it's fucking great, isn't it? And then I said to him, and I always remember this, I said to him, we could hold hands, couldn't we? And he didn't even turn back at this point. He just went, yeah, we could. Imagine holding hands down with this hand, holding hands, two of us, just watching porn. I said, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go to my room and wank on my own. I said, don't come in. Just left him there. A lonely wanker in so many ways. So anyway, his birthday, and Webb gives him this bag, and he went, oh yeah, we all chipped in and got you this. And he was like, wow. He went, you guys. And he really was like that. He was a media boy. You know, he didn't have a personality. He borrowed bit. You know, Nathan Barley. He was one of them. He was like Nathan Barley. Before I got my chat involved and had membership at Jerry's, the Colony Club, Soho House, the Met Bar, before I had all that sorted, just with a little bit of chat, a little bit of style, he had to pull on favours of a favour. And he'd say to me, he'd go, yeah, are you in Soho tonight? And I go, yeah, I'm taking a girl out, which he hated, of course, because she was competition for his attention. Imagine writing a film for this cunt. And he went, where are you taking her? I said, well, can you get us into the Met Bar, which is up on Park Lane? It's the Metropolitan Hotel. And it was quite the place to be then. You know, you'd go in there and there'd be massive head Robbie Williams, the Gallaghers, you know, all that lot. And the Britpop crowd, it was that era. And he said, yeah, okay. He said, meet me outside the Met Bar at 9 o'clock. And I went, all right. So I thought, wicked. So I've talked to this bird. First date with her, yeah? And I said, I'll tell you what. I said, do you fancy... I played it cool. I said, do you want to go to the Met Bar? She went, oh, I don't know what the Met Bar is. I said, it's at the Metropolitan Hotel, Park Lane. I said, put it like this. You'll see everyone in there, you'll recognise from popular music. And she was like, oh, is it like one of those exciting soul places? I went, there you go. Come on, love. So I'm thinking we're going to meet him at 9. We're going to go up the steps. They're going to open the doors. He's going to show him his membership. We're going to walk in. We get there and I'm like, hello, mate. And he's like, 1 second. He's on the phone going, but you said, okay, no worries. This phone still here. Then he's got his laptop out. And it would have been was it called a Mac PowerBook? Really old laptop thing. He's got that out and he's trying to email someone else. He's got this earpiece into this other thing. He's ringing everyone. He can't get us in there. He cannot get us into the Met Bar. And that's the Met Bar, quite a bowl out of Soho, you know. Now me and her, I was like, mate, I said, it ain't happening. And he was like, no, let me just try Giles. And then they'd ring up someone who's in Spain and they'd be going, no, I understand you're working, Giles, but can you just make a... Yeah, but I know... Okay, so you're not a member, but you must know a member. So you're ringing a bloke in Spain who's not a member of the club you want to get in, asking him to ring someone who is a member, to ring the club and tell them to let in someone he doesn't know and his two mates. That happened more than once. Of course, I strolled back into Soho with her, got her into Soho House, managed to jog him on. So, his birthday. We keep getting back to his birthday. Webb gives him this sort of packet. It's like a carrier bag. When I say like a carrier bag, it's made out of plastic. It's got two handles and it's got Tesco's written on it. He goes, "Here, are we all chipped in on this?" Now, what Billy's saying, VART's not working. Okay, I will. Oh, you're damn right. Let me refresh entropy. This might kill the stream though. If it does, I will close down entropy. So if I disappear in a minute, people, that's why. Oh, no, they're back. Yeez's one's come through. Good call, though, Bill. I will read that out in a minute, Yeez. Let me just see if there's any more over there. Oh, I've missed one from Mousecat and Billy. And I've got Andy Max, one I didn't understand. Right, I'll get back there. I'll deal with all those when I finish this story. Hello, Woodlander. Hello, Gerald. So we give him this package, this carrier bag. And we weren't trying to take the piss. This is what working class people do. We were trying to take the piss, but not in a nasty way. It was just like a bit of fun. We were all going out for his fucking birthday, the cheeky cunt. I mean, without us, you were happy birthday on your own outside the Met Bar going, yeah, but hello, what about, is there any chance of Tarquin getting us in? And he got it out and he got this T-shirt and he looked at it and had his massive round head on it. And it said, "Happy birthday, Ballad." And he just looked at it and he just put it back in the box and went, "Well, thanks, I suppose." And so that was Ballad. Fucking hell, it was such a relief to get out of his life. They were all Nathan Barley types, that media lot. You know, they had nothing to offer. This is why I get a little bit pissed when the director always gets the credit with a movie. You don't hear about the writer too often. Directors are usually very cool, but you know, they directors on the whole lack creativity. They need other people. I've never told you this. Right, so hello Pelosi's portfolio. Nice to see thee. I just got another VAR. Let me deal with the donations that are coming so far, so I don't go behind. What was I about to tell you? The film idea. I've never told you it, so that might be quite a weird one. Hello, it's a duck. Hello, October. Hello, Years. Hello, Glenn Gooner. It's going well, isn't it, Glenn? 4 out of 4. Lovely. Had to sew a leather patch on my sheets at the feet end when I did a lot of speed. I kept wearing holes for it's dirty stuff, man. I know the strange kind of compensations you have to do with that drug and repeated movements. Put it like that. Nice one, Mousecat. Hello, Raver's Revenge. Hello, Mittis. Ian Marr, mashed potato for ST3. Andrew Mackenzie's on the firm. Visionary Companion. Right, so we got the VARTs working. Let's drag them over. You see, the problem is when people start asking, I'll have to start responding. So I've drawn a line under that. Pizzle the other day said something and I gave him minus 500. So be careful. Ozmeister wants the Gunners to beat his team so that we will. Don't worry. That's happening. Right, let's have a look. Lil Bullet. Now, I've made a review of that movie you sent me, Frank and Penelope. Is it Frank and Penelope? Yeah, I made a review of it, Lil Bullet. You get a shout out, of course. Nice one on the Phil Saliva. Lady Godiva. Yeah, I've made a little tiny not gonzo review of it. I loved it. Good call for a movie. Don't watch it, people. Watch my review first and then get disappointed. Nice one on that. Aprosha Kanatu. Ludwig's on the firm. Hello, mate. He enjoyed that lovely tale while making his tea. It was all right, wasn't it? Right, where are we? Let's catch up with these. If I think I can get those two. I'm just seeing what users said. There's no way of getting Yiz's and Bill's in, so I'll do Yiz. Oh, yes, there is. I can use my editing skills. I've got loads of cracking clips as long as the internet holds up. Temp fake. We'll do Yiz's first, and then I won't have to risk things. Yiz says this. If you ever come to Appalachia, which is interesting because that I'll have to do a megaVAR in a minute for the 2 Yiz missed and the 1 Bill missed. The old megaVAR tunes into the scrub. Oh, what's it called? Hang on, I nearly had it then. Oh, hang on. Oh, man. It's like a Len Dayton novel. The Scrub Sanction. It tunes into the Scrub Sanction. Yiz says, if you ever come to Appalachia to see my lovely Shire, I promise I'll never offer to wank with you to some bizarre ball and shaft spotlight flick, no matter how much moonshine and blue we have. Yiz, do not make promises you can't keep. But thank you for the reassurance. I mean, Stephen Campbell's on that man. I always thought he was gay, Stephen. Turned out he wasn't. So, and Alan certainly isn't. I've missed Alan in the private stream as well. Nice one on that Lady Godiva, Yiz. And then Yiz drops another free bond in and says the title of the stream should be the Ballad of Ballad. I get the feeling he's sitting at home watching this with a noose around his neck going, I knew this would happen. I knew I'd end up dying. I bumped into him on the Underground. I can't remember what station it was. It was some right weird one like Green Park at like midnight. And there was no one there. No, not the midnight one because everyone's there. Sort of that weird 11:30. There was no one else on the platform. I think it wouldn't have been Green Park. It'd have been further out, but zone 1, 2 max. And it was just me and him. And I went, Mark? And I hadn't seen him for about 5 years since the catastrophe of this £3 million budget movie that I was contracted to write and get 300 grand out of. Fucking signed the contract in the Groucho Club. Just come home for my master's degree and got a job writing a screenplay. Landed, here we go. What a cunt. He fucked that for me. I've let it go. And I went, Mark, and he went, hello. And I went, hey, what's up? What's up? He went, well, it took a lot of work. Took a lot of work to let go of all of that. I went, all right, okay. What's the problem? Let's talk about it. And he went, no, I don't think that's a good idea. And then when the tube pulled in, he walked in a different carriage. I just followed him. I just thought, nah. And I got in there. I said, so what? I said, yeah. I said, I made a few mistakes. I said, what? You don't think you did? He went, I burnt all that footage. And I went, probably the best thing for it. He didn't take to that very nicely. He fucked it. He fucked the movie. He wanted to have the final say on the final cut. And for your first movie, the production house gets that say. The executive producer gets that say. They paid for it. That's standard. You don't get to make demands like that. And when we come out of that meeting, when they said, yep, we're on, the script's there, this is getting made. And I went, wicked. And he went, nah. They want the final edit. I'm going to shoot it myself, handy cam. And it was about 6 months after Blair Witch had come out. I went, you what? He went, yeah. He said, I've got a cast and a crew that will do it. He said, I'm going to shoot it myself. I just thought, I just saw that 300 grand go. Arrogant little prick. Arrogant little prick. And that's why he's still making adverts for. He's not even a director anymore. He's a DP. He's a director of photography. So someone else tells him what to do. Oi, skivvy, go over there and get me a shot. What can you do to these people? Hey, want to wank with me? Obviously not. No. Obviously not. Right, let's grab hold of Billy's Willie. Billy's niggling. Willie. Willie, Whitelaw's Willie. Willie, Whitelaw's Willie. It's small and shriveled and it looks so silly. Willie, Whitelaw's Willie. Oh, what's it? Willie's useless. He's no good in bed. So he has a little think. So he has a little drink. Starts to think. No, Maggie's upset. Maggie's upset because what she wants, she just can't get. Maggie's upset. Maggie's upset because what she wants, she just can't get. She's taken him home and the lights are low. There's military marches on the radio, but one little gland stops the show. Willie Whitelaw's Willie. Willie Whitelaw's Willie. It's small and shriveled and it looks so silly. Willie Whitelaw's Willie. Willie's useless. He's no good in bed, so she has a little drink. Starts to think maybe she'll try Tony Benn instead because Willie Whitelaw's. That's... I've just recalled that Total Recall achieved. I think that's Attila the Stockbroker. It's certainly on one of the Oi albums. Good Lord, what squalor and leftist. There's a leftist squat somewhere in my brain with that song going round and round. One in the chat if you've ever heard that before. Because I know there'll be people in the chat who heard the Oi albums. I think it was on Oi, that Shalot, that had the bloke on the cover with the snot hanging out his mouth going. I don't know. Hey, what are you going to do? Hey, come on. Keep it unreal. It is Attila the Stockbroker, is it? What else did he do? Got up, woke up, fed the rats. No, got up, woke up, fed the rats, sent some dead insects to Shirley Williams. Got on the bus and said, second class return to somewhere. And the bus driver said, that'll be £5.50, please. £5.50, but it was only 20 pence yesterday. Yeah, but some high class, blah, 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 woke up in the middle of the night and said, I know, I'll raise the price of public transport 5,000%. And I said, what? Bollocks to that. And then the crowd of people behind me. I tell you what, I'll see if I can find it, actually. Be quite weird to hear that. It's leftist garbage, but it's, you know, it's weird. It's a weird cultural artifact. It'd be cool to be able to. Oh, I'm really pushing the boundaries of my 10 megs here. Attila Stockbroker, bollocks to that. Imagine I was about like 11 and my mother used to sit there while I was playing this stuff. It doesn't seem to be in there unless it's called something else, but you'd have assumed bollocks to that would have been called bollocks to that. Maybe if I spelt it correctly. This is called Away Day. It might be that. This is called Away Day. Hang on. From Oi, That's Your Lot. Did I have that album? I have Boots on the cover. Sorry, people. If you might not. This is it. This is it. Sorry, Bill. We will get there. Hang on. Let me do Bill's first because the little niggler. Good call, Broken Silence. I knew you'd know it. I knew you'd know it. Hello, Recording Reality. New in these parts, sir? While we're speaking Recording Reality, that's going to be in my story about problems into perspective too. Scrubstock 2 is looking a little bit thin on the ground, people, reminding me of the 200 odd people a day I lost through my diazepam gate. Hello, Picard. Hello, Charlie Sparkles, Cross Action, Jessica. So Bill says this, and it was quite some time ago, so apologies if it's out of sync. Another smokescreen for a weapon system. Who knows? Many billions being chucked at something they are meant to have perfected 50 years ago. Read Artemis 1's dummies paragraph. Bloody hell, Bill. Why is it always a link or a fucking video that I haven't seen? You haven't quite worked out how it works, have you? They call him the niggler. There's a reason for it. Are you really going to get me out to read something about some moon landing when people really want to hear Attila the stockbroker? 3 Bond, fucking hell. Right, here we go. From the Tech Times. Jump on niggling Bill if this is terrible. NASA's Artemis 1 moon mission will be flying with strange passengers, dummies and more. NASA's Artemis 1 moon mission, the first in a line of intricate missions that will aid in extending humanity's search to read the moon, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll put the link to that in the chat. And if anyone is having trouble sleeping, Bill, oh God, here it comes. There's the link, people. VART, VC, didn't get a VART. I'm probably going to have to refresh entropy again. Billy's dropped another one in, didn't get a VART for that either. What the hell's... I think it's because I've got too many links open. I've just refreshed entropy, but I'll do a mega VART. Don't pretend it doesn't matter. Oh, but I've done it. I've opened it up again, but I still can't see visionary companions. There you go. I hope that's kept you warm. Nice one, VC. Much appreciated. There you go. Mousecat likes space stuff. Scroll down to the relevant paragraph. Fucking hell, Bill. I've got things to do, son. I'm streaming, Bill. Bill, I'm streaming. Oh, all right. Let's try again. All right. Where is it? Right, you asked for this, Bill. You've asked me to bring it back. Right, where am I going? Where's the bit I'm looking for, Niggler? Artemis 1's dummies. The Orion capsule's payload will contain 3 test subjects. The commander's seat will be occupied by 1 dummy equipped with acceleration and vibration sensors wearing an orange flight suit. 2 more dummies will be included in the mission, and they were manufactured from a material that resembles human tissue. These will gauge the effects of radiation on the human body, which is one of space travel's biggest dangers. Oh, sorry. Yeah, well. Cheers, man. Yeah, I mean, some kind of secret weapon, I reckon you're probably right. Love you, Bill. I don't know, but Bill, I don't know what. I don't know. No, what? Yes. But they put dummies in vehicles they're testing, didn't they? They do it with cars, bicycles. It didn't, Bill. It floated like a beautiful... It was like the Hindenburg. Thanks, Broken Silence. Thank you, mate. Right. He wouldn't be our Bill without our Bill. RP! It's a shame they haven't got space dinghies. I sort of get it. You said something the other day, actually, RP, that went over my head as well. Thank you, RP. The boy Cray is still hungover. Ray Systems on the firm, talking about there'll be little green men angry with little red men for invading their island and filling them with their kids on a mass scale. Maybe I just haven't slept enough. Hello, Doc Shelley. Mittis wants to know if the mannequins have got tits. Oh, Pelosi says that I think he was probably more talking about the 10 probes that NASA will release. Jessica, our pal is my favourite Mank. Up the Manx. I hate you want to get in the back of the old man's Granada. Why do they need to test for cosmic radiation when they have perfected flying humans to the moon 50 years ago? Well, I mean, well, while we're on the subject, because isn't there, if they want to try different ways of doing it, I think isn't the Van Allen belt a bit dodgy? So maybe they want to try and do it a different way. The thing is, I don't think governments need to be, I don't think they need to beat around the bush. If they want to fuck you, they just fuck you. I mean, have you seen the state of the world? They don't need to keep things under wraps. It's not required anymore. We live in a post-truth society. They just say one thing and do another. But Bill, I'll have a look at it later. Maybe I need to look at it and think about it a little bit more. That's a fair point. I just haven't got time now. That's all. Thank you for that, Jessica, and thank you, Raymond. Right, where am I going now? Our pal. Oh, is that where he comes from? Have you just docked him? That makes sense. Our pal is our kid. There you go. Of course. There you go, Van Allen. Jethro reckons we didn't go to the moon. Oh, my God. I get that effect here sometimes, but it's lovely that we've got... It's a Loon Patrol, isn't it? Loon Patrol. Hello, Rags. Rags, sometimes I take you for granted that I forget to say hello to your son. I've got a few of your clips up here, though, which is excellent. The Dave Allen belt. You fly out into space and there's a geezer sitting in a chair going, Father Mackenzie used to come down to our... Not in that accent, though, but you get the gist of the joke. Right. Where was I going? What was I talking about? It's all gone up the shitter. Attila the Stockbroker. So here we go, people. This is from Oi, That's Your Lot. I've seen Broken Silence, as wouldn't be surprised if you have as well. I think I see Attila the Stockbroker live at the Fordham Park Free Festival. He used to do that scene, didn't he? He used to turn up and go, all right, there, I'm a poet, I'm a revolutionary poet, yeah? And everyone would go, yeah, even me. And then I'd listen to him thinking, yeah, you're a bit embittered. You're embittered. Let's check out a little bit of Attila the Stockbroker's leftist oi poetry. Here we go. I'm actually going to put me headphones in, and for some reason I'm going to allow you to see that procedure, but I've got so many clips it saves me having to do all the mutage. Oh God, this might cause problems with the megabytes. Bluetooth and other devices, danger pods, let's go. I'm never going to leave danger pods down, am I? Connect to danger pods. Blah. There you go. Right. Oh God, that didn't sound too good. Right, we should be all right. Let me know you've got audio, people. I won't play too much of it because it's quite... What in hell? It took my Flanidian Kleskora. It moved my Flanidian Kleskora. Do you know that part of the brain I just made up? Hello, Charlie Sparkles. Hello, Plastic African. This paused. I'm on the neighbours' internet. I'll tell you I'm going to tell you the internet story later when I forget and I've gibbered about loads of other nonsense and completely forgot about it. John is saying that Pizzle's a flat earther. Oh, don't say that. Billy says, Dangerfield, there's a much more relevant and sensible entropy after that one. All right, I will. I just read it. I'll have a look at that after Attila, Bill. Good call, good call. Hello, Lumi. Good to see thee. We had quite a laugh in that private chat, didn't we? I thought it was quite... I fucked it up. Pizzle was well pissed, and understandably, you pay your money, you miss your stream. But thanks for coming on and joining us. You were on form, mate. I don't say that often. Nice. I mean it even less times. Here we go. Attila the Stockbroker. Let me know you can hear it. Could you hear that? Some Antifa. You can already tell he's Antifa by his voice, can't you? A day out in London by the law lords. Sounds a little bit like, is it Crime Bodge? One of the content makers. What? You couldn't hear it. All right. All right, let's try again. Let me try this. It's never simple, is it, this lark? Let me know if you can hear this.
Right, this is a poem about the pelt.
There you go. It was a bloke saying, right, this is a poem about the pelt. Hello, Daffyd. Hello, John B. Hello, Willow. He's always drunk, but he wasn't as drunk as he usually is. Right, you've got it. Here we go. Attila the Stockbroker. I'm playing it to you because it's rubbish, but just imagine, not just me, but also, I wouldn't put the Woodlander past a bit of this in his past, and certainly Broken Silence, but maybe, what's his name? I don't think he's in it tonight. I reckon a few of you would have listened to a bit of Oi in its day. Here we go. But just imagine my mum and dad sitting there while I'm playing this at 9 years old.
Right, this is a poem about the perils of a day out in London with the law lords. It's called Away Day. Woke up, got up, read the post, attacked the postman, took the rat for a walk, came back, fed the amoeba, made some coffee, wrote a passionate love letter to Shirley Williams enclosing a small dead animal, then thought I'm bored, think I'll go to London, because London's more interesting than Harlow, and I might be able to pick up some Bucks Fizz bootlegs or the latest Jean-Paul Sartre dub LP. Got the bus 10 minutes late, got the train 20 minutes late. Train was delayed for 2 hours due to dead SDP members on the line. Got to London Liverpool Street, went down the tube, stepping on unsuspecting commuters all the way. Up to the ticket booth, single to Covent Garden, please. Sure, mate, that'll be £5.50. What do you mean £5.50? It was only 20 pence yesterday. I'm not paying £5.50 to go to Covent Garden from Liverpool Street. Sorry, mate, I know it was only 20 pence yesterday, but a 97-year-old geriatric, deaf, ostrich-minded, extremely rich, archaic, obsolete, semi-senile, reactionary, self-perpetuating member of an outdated, unnecessary, and entirely superfluous, elitist and oligarchic institution who never uses the tube anyway because he's got a fucking chauffeur-driven limousine, woke up with a headache in the middle of last night and decided to increase London transport fares by 2,000% and got 4 of his senile friends to agree with him. Posthumously. And so we've had to put the fares up. That's called freedom, democracy, the rule of law, and defending the British way of life. That'll be £5.50, please. Bollocks to that, I said. And after a short pregnant pause, all the people behind me in the queue plucked up courage and said, bollocks to that. And all the pinstripe and soda brigade coming down the stairs said, bollocks to that. And all the other people in Liverpool Street Underground and the bus stop said, bollocks to that. And all the people at all the other underground stations and bus stops in London said, bollocks to that. Apart from the nice, polite Human League and Haircut 100 fans who thought it was rude to say bollocks. But when it was revealed to them that the famous Sex Pistols LP cover trial of...
I literally cannot hack any more of it. I just can't handle it. It's real grrr, those fat cats. Do you know what I mean? Moaning about pinstripe suits. Yeah, that's a problem. That's always been an issue. People in pinstripe suits, people out there earning money for the country. Fuck them. Fuck them. There's such hypocrites, a lot of them. I bet Attila the Stockbroker came from plenty of money, though, like the rest of them. Like the Osric Tentacles, they've got something to fall back on. Don't worry about that. They exactly, Dennis. Exactly. Good call, Marsh. Good call, King Corona. JP and Denise Moniz both give it a bit of that. What a funny thing. That brought back some terrible memories. But I will repair it with another classic bollocks track from about 4 years after that. All I'm going to say is Pearl's Calf. who's going to win some points when I say Pearl's calf? Googlers will be identified and lose points. I'll have to move it forward because I'll just get done by Susan. But again, I'm about 10 years old. I only bought the album because I like the natty suits of the lads on the cover and the back. Good call, Brian. Yeah, I'm giving you that, Brian. I'll get some points in the book in a minute. So, great album. The album was more specials. I think it might have been a compilation, actually. I'm not sure. And anyway, again, playing the album, and this song came on. Mum and Dad are sitting there Sunday afternoon. Dad's reading the paper. Mum's doing mum's things. And the chorus took us all by surprise. Check this out. Obviously, I can't play it all, and I'd quite like to because it's quite a track. But Terry Hall on vocals, of course. Who else have you got in this band? Neville Staples, of course. Neville Staples, Rude Boys Out of Jail's a track. Anyway, let me know you can hear it.
There was greyish blue.
What a sound Scar is. See you later, JLM. Hello, Toady. Could you hear it? You know it, Toady. It's a great album, isn't it? Yeah, here we go.
She looked ashamed when she explained to you. It ain't easy when there's no one to lean on. It ain't easy when there's nobody there. It ain't easy when your lovers are all gone. Nobody there, nobody cares. The pubs were closed, she got nowhere to go.
I'm gonna get done, but it's just coming.
Have you never thought one day that could be me? Her temper changed, she looked so deranged.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get
turned to
yeeted.
gin.
Here we go.
You looked at her and she began to sing. It's all a load of bollocks. It's all a load of bollocks. It's all a load of bollocks. And bollocks to it all.
Mama and Papa Dangerfield were like, hang on though. Hang on. Hang on. This won't become a pop jam, but I've got to play this. One of the first singles I ever bought, and I thought it was fucking brilliant. Why? Because it is. And I think a few of you will probably remember this as well. I think it might have been the B-side of A Message to You, Rudy. This is Judge Roughneck, a.k.a. Neville Staples. Check out this fucking swings, man.
Everybody in a jail. The 2 whole years. When the people them asleep. And then Ruben used to creep. Barry went upstairs and he went downstairs in the people's house.
Scar is amazing. What an incredible music. Scar is. There's so much going on there. So just listen to the layers. Can you hear that? Listen to it.
Some say me used to creep like a mouse.
He said he was a getaway driver. Now, one more. That's a tune, man. That's brought back some wicked memories. We done Desert Island Discs at my school, and everyone. I am pulling rank here. and everyone else just played pop music from the time, and I came in with that. What else did I play? Foreigner, Jimi Hendrix. There's another one you've got to hear a bit of. It's escaped me now. That maybe it'll come back if I forget about it. Anyway, we got lots to talk about. That is Joe Rogan racked up for later. It nearly come back to me then. It's that. Yeah. Right, British people in the chat. Right, I'm gonna play you the opening 4 bars of a two-tone track. Two-tone was the big label that all the ska bands were on, the Selector, the Beat, Specials, and it was the bloke with the little pork pie hat and the wraparounds. I think that was probably my first introduction to, wow, man, Suits are wicked. This song, regardless of whether you like it, will bring back so many October, I think you're right, but most things are manufactured, aren't they? I mean, it depends what you mean by manufactured. You know, it's an industry. The culture is an industry. October, if you dare read a Jewish Marxist, I know it'll get you in trouble, like on the circuit, but read Adorno and Horkheimer's The Culture Industry. I've said this so many times, and I stand by it until I'm proved otherwise, which would be a lovely thing because then I'll learn more. No one has dissected the current culture industry as well as Horkheimer and Adorno did some, 70, 80 years ago. And they were talking about what it would be like sort of now. And they nailed it, absolutely nailed it. But this will bring back, I know I'm pop jamming, and I said this could be a long stream. That's all right. Right, what are you asking me for? The grifter's dried up, so I'll do what I want. Boom! No, don't play yet. Don't ruin it. Right. So, anyone between the ages of 35 and above would have heard this in the 80s, and it one of the beautiful things about cultural artifacts is, as I've spoken about many times, we identify with them, and they're all stories. History. There's a giveaway in the word. They're all stories, and what we do is we are to identify with something. I mean, when you're a teenager, it's so blatant. You literally just say, "I like this band." And your motivation is you want people to think you're like that band. You're like them. You're like that sort of person. Now, as we get older, it's much the same as we get older, but it gets a bit more subtle. It gets a little bit more, dare I say, mature, a little, dare I say, intelligent. But it's still much the same thing. If you ask me what do I like, I could say fruit pastels. And that means as much as David Foster Wallace, but, we can have intellectual conversations about art and literature and poetry and painting, whatever, because we refine how we identify with things. But we're still identifying with them because that's how stories work. Even Red Riding Hood, you have to, Red Riding Hood and the figure of death that haunts the European story would mean nothing if we didn't identify our own fear of death with it. This is how it works. This is how culture works. IJB, you don't live on a spinning ball. It's true. Sweet. I'll take that. Nice one, IJB. I mean, it doesn't really affect me either way. So, I appreciate the nudge. Hello, Mrs. Me in it. Nice to see ya. Hello, Duck Boy J. Right. Here we go then. I'm not going to play a lot of it, just enough so that everyone in here over 35 is going to... Have I got food in my teeth? Or just a mouthful of gold? Here we go. A few bars of this. You're going to give it away by seeing it, but it won't matter because by then it'll already be playing. Oh my gosh. Respond in the chat. Fucking brilliant. Wow. Beautiful. This town.
It's coming like a coaster.
My gosh, what a tune. And that's all on the back of the miners' strikes. It's all on the back of Maggie Thatcher, Milk Snatcher. And it just really, this is historical materialism in a nutshell. And for pop music to do that is like, it's like a, it's like your environment makes your culture, and your culture is that's why I call them artifacts. If you're an archaeologist and you find Ghost Town by the Specials, you're going to find out a hell of a lot about the time it was made. Is it all? IJB has also said water must be contained. Yep. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. IJB, my friend, what qualifications do you have in the sciences? Just out of interest. Seriously, just out of interest. What's your training in that department? I'm just having a look at your responses. It's so cool, isn't it? Hello, Old Oak. Yeah, I think everyone did, Toady. It done Woodlander. Look, he's had enough. Too much fighting on the dance floor. Exactly that, Toady. Exactly that. And then the weird thing about the zeitgeist is that, I mean, a zeitgeist is time ghost, isn't it? But it's they're interdependent. You don't get the time and the place creating the music. You get the time and the place creating the music, but the music then also creates the time and the place. So there's a kind of dialectic going on. So, what came first, the culture or the society? It's an interesting sort of backwards and forwards. Yeah, good call, Marsh. Yeah, all around that time as well. It's quite a tune. Yes, of course, the Brixton riots. Mrs. Me in it says, I was first. I was first, Danger. I knew you'd play this, and I said it to the Mouse Cat. The Mouse Cat, I said, Mouse Cat, before you put it up. I was 11 and standing with Mouse Cat at the bus stop when it went number 1. There you go. It was a tune, though, weren't we? It was a tune, though, weren't we? That made any sense. Andrew saw the Specials and the Selector on an early. That must have been well early. I can't stand the Notting Hill Carnival. I have to be honest with you. I've been a couple of times, and it's just a show of power. Any women I've ever been with have had a really bad time, and I mean really, really bad. Did you see them all fall through the bus stop? I would show it on the channel, but because of the strike, I think I might get in all sorts of trouble. Right, here we go. Right, let's let me tell you my little story, and then I can show you that we can actually get. Where are we? An hour and 15-minute introduction, and now we start in the stream. IJB, what? None. You've got no scientific training. Well, that doesn't mean you're wrong. I'm just interested. Or is that not an answer to that question? Hello, Pizzle. Good to see you. Pizzle starts his entrance into the glorious House of Scrubs with thick as shit. Oh, self-taught genius. Yeah. It's not for me, I have to say, but you know, they can go. They're free to have their beliefs. I'm always up for challenging things we make assumptions about, like the what, like the difference between writing and speaking, for instance. But they don't present anything substantial enough. And when the Globies actually present evidence, they just say, "Nah, NASA photoshopped it," or "Nah, you've lied." Nah, you just go, "Yeah, but hang on, there's the evidence," and they go, "Nah, that's not real because something else." I don't know. Vesper check. Question to everyone, really, because it's a very interesting one. Do you think we'll have a decent British subculture come out of the current post-COVID Britain? Well, I mean, you're talking about like a youth culture. I mean, at the moment, the subculture is anyone who's not woke, isn't it? Because the woke agenda is pulling the strings. RP, to be honest, most of us were left-wing then. Cue the National Front members from the 70s. I fucking wasn't. It's going to be John, broken silence. Earth's curvature doesn't exist is all I'm saying. Yeah, but that says quite a lot, doesn't it? That says that it's not round, doesn't it? Be careful with all that, really. Be careful with it. I can understand why it's tempting. You know, it's like, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go there. Nice one, RP. IJB, you're free to have your opinions on that, but I just, I have watched a lot of it. Yeah, but there's photographs of it, and now you're going to tell me they're fake photos. So this is a problem with that argument. There's photographs of the Earth taken from off the Earth, and now you're going to tell me those photos are fake. You can't maintain an adult conversation according to that kind of criteria, because when I present evidence, you deny it. So I'm like, okay. Where do we go from there? No, I know, and I can feel it in my voice. I appreciate. I think we should challenge assumptions, but that's not an assumption. There's so much evidence. There's evidence. Even you even go back to predictions have been made. IJB predictions have been made based on the movements of planets, and they've come true. That wouldn't happen if if the Earth wasn't round. That's happened countless times. And now you're going to say, nah, they made them up and put them back in history. Maybe they did. You crack on with it, but be careful. And I'll tell you why I say be careful, because the 3 or 4 people I know who got into the flat Earth are all now mad as hatters. They're obsessed and they're stupid. They've become thick as shit. And it's terrible to see, because and this is what worries me about when they started getting into it. They didn't get into it because they questioned the shape of the Earth. They got into it. They were motivated by other reasons because it gave them a sense of superiority. It gave them a sense of importance. And once people actually started challenging that, I mean, it's been torn to pieces and you know, pissed on online. And that done them damage because it becomes a belief system rather than an educated intellectual understanding of how things work. It becomes faith-based. And people are terrified of losing their belief systems. Leftism is being a progressive, what's the word? Perpetual revolution. That becomes a belief system, a utopian system, and people can't let go of that. And so when it's actually challenged, they go nuts. And so, you know, feel free, but just be careful. Right, let me tell you, this is why I'm actually going to try and, there's been a few VARTs, haven't there? Let me see. Lil Bullet, Tubin, have you ever heard of Substack? Oh, yeah. New Substack going up as soon as I get my internet. And I will explain that. And it's going to be another teaser from my novel. And it's an amazing bit. VART! It's an amazing bit, and I'll tell you why. Oh, I really don't want to tell you, but I can't. I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to. It's so many. It's a bit like the crack gnome story, in as much as the amount of unlikely things that happen that are all totally believable as individual events. When strung together, they are, in a sense of human success, far less than the sum of their parts. It was a very dark turnout in this particular part of my life. It's only about 2,000 words, but I can't put it on Substack because I'm not on the internet, and I'll explain why as I tell this story. I just want to catch up with these donations. Nice one, Lil Bullet. If anyone is new and they don't know what Substack is, it's a platform for blogs and now podcasts and videos. I've got one. I'm a writer. I've got a novel coming out in November. Link in the description. I've got 20 short stories on my Substack, including a teaser for my novel. If you want to read that one, it's called Skagless and Bible Black. And it says this is a teaser of my forthcoming novel. But a new one going out probably tomorrow or the next day. Just depends when I get my internet sorted out. Good call, Little Bullet. Link in the description, people. I know, Brian. I just sort of, you know, he's a scrub, and I just thought I might be able to pull him back a bit. Hello, Vorpalanville. Right, okay, I'm not gonna buy it again. Right, let me just see. Did I just see Manny Moo on the firm? John, hello, mate. Thanks for coming in the members stream the other day. That was good fun. I enjoyed it. I know a lot of people didn't manage to find it. Or hello, Mr. Bontoft. Good to see you. Hello, Livy. Yeah, I think there's a fair amount of that about it. Yeah. David. There's flat earthers all around the globe now. Oh, good Lord. Mr. Thompson. Hello, son. Well, that's kind of what I said. You know, I haven't got much invested in it. Tony! I spent 2 years debating them politely. Fuck me. That's the patience of a saint. 2 years debating them politely. On my channel is an experiment I did to measure curve using my surveying expertise with data and measurements. IJB, but I know what you mean, can check. Please don't derail. Yeah, but they'll just say you're lying because it's a belief system. And Tony, you know that. If your comments are on, they'll just say to you, you're lying. Your instruments are wrong. You've set that up, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's What's the classic one on Simon Dan's channel where they done that experiment and with their own gyroscope they worked out that there's a 15 degree per hour drift. Oh, what a terrible shame. And they go in their own movie, they go, oh, that's interesting. That would suggest it's round. Nice one for the Denasciato, Mr. Toad. Hello, Hans. Manny Moose says, if the earth was flat, cats would have pushed everything off it by now. Vart! Right, no more flat earth. I'm banning it from the channel. It's up there with Gusset. Little Bullet, the earth is flat and the moon is a balloon. David Niven, Little Bullet, wrote the moon is a balloon. Yeah, correct. Nice one, Little Bullet. That once I can actually edit again, I'll put that review of Frank and Penelope up. And thanks for that tip. I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. I think we might have a couple in entropy as well. Oh, there's Billy's one. I forgot Billy's one. How can I do this one? Not like that, obviously. Sorry, Bill. And that was a while back as well. If I've missed anyone's donation, please tell me in the chat or tell Rags or the boy Craig because they put loads of emojis and I tend to be able to see those ones. It's only because I'm talking. I don't tend to be able to read every single comment. Nice one, Little Bullet. The moon is a balloon. David Niven. I read it when I was quite young, weirdly. It was around my mate's house and he always used to go to sleep when I went round there. Cheers. When I say mate, I fancied his mum. Fucked her later. Imagine being trapped in a space capsule with that geezer that likes communal wanking. You couldn't escape the floating splink even if you didn't join in. The zero gravity spunk. I said no. I didn't want your accidental. And you turn around going, hey, do you want... Oh, no. Space Bukaki. Vart. Misses on the blower. Hello, love. I'm doing YouTube. Do you want to say hello?
Hello, my friend.
They can't see it. Oh, you're naked. See? Oh, you're in the shower.
No, the shower. I here.
Okay. All right, love. I'll send you one here, but I think maybe another hour or two I'm going for. Thanks for coming round, Erla. Lovely to see you.
Yeah, I love you.
I love you too. See you. Good night. Bye, darling. You're very beautiful. Yeah, steady. See ya. Aroused. I was thinking about floating splink then. Unfortunately. Right, now I'm going to just get this last Vart in. Mr. Ravenscroft, got a day off. First live one for ages. It's been a while, Brian, but nice to see you. Nice to see you. As a pleasure. As a pleasure is a weird way of saying it. As a pleasure. Right. Thank you, Brian, for the Denasciati as well. Pizzle, don't get angry with them because then we all get shitty with each other. You told me not to bother and now you're bothering. Hello, my friend. Right. She sounded quite posh. Oh, she's been doing it. When she left earlier, she went, ta-ta. That's how weird that you noticed that. Earlier on, she went, ta-ta. But she does things when I've got the phone turned to me and I get a bit confused. Right, so this is what happened. The show is about to start. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. I've ruined everything. Right, so I told you last week. So this is why we've had some internet problems, but not many. My internet went down. So I rang up the company and I said, yeah, my internet ain't worked for about 4 days. And he went, yeah, I've just looked at it. You paid for a year and that year's up. It was up last month. And I went, ah. And he said, you need to ring this number and pay. So I rung this other number a few times. And this isn't the story. This is just you'll see where I'm going with this. And finally got through to someone. No, didn't get through to anyone. And then they rung me back. I just couldn't get through to anyone. And then they rung me about 3 days later, and I've had to have been on other people's internet. So after my week-long strike, I was gutted that I was off the internet. Finally, they rung me back, and he said, yeah, is your internet working? And I said, oh, no, the internet came back on. It came back on, my internet, my 150 super meg account. And he rang me up, and he said, yeah, about your internet. I said, it's come on, it's working. He went, it's working. I said, yeah. He said, but you need to pay for a month. And I said, I paid for a year. Oh, and I wanted to say to him, I paid for a year last time. Is that offer still open? Because I got a few free months and the monthly rate was cheaper. So I'd rather save money and pay for a year. But I only got as far as I paid for a year. And he said, oh, you've paid. And because the internet was on, I thought, oh. And so I went, yes. He went, oh, okay, then no problem. I went, cheers. I told you. Do you remember I told you? I said, I think I've just wangled a year's free internet. Lovely bit of money saved. Of course, a few days later, the internet goes off. I ring them up and they go, yeah, you ain't paid. So I get on Telegram today. Blah, blah, blah. Name, address, this, blah, 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 blah. I have to show him where I live on Google Maps because he's going to get me fibre internet, which you might think that's nothing, but you can't get that in Soho. Yeah, how weird's that? The media centre of London hasn't got fibre optic internet because they can't dig up the roads in Soho because London gridlocks. There might be a couple of places where you can, but it's not on general release. Well, it certainly wasn't 6 years ago. Anyway, got to the end of it. He said, okay, have you got ABA? Now, I have got ABA, but it's a personal account. Fucked if I'm paying for the internet because that's a business cost. And I also haven't got 1,200 quid in my own account. And so I said, no. I said, I have got ABA, but I haven't got that money in it. He said, well, can you get cash? I said, and I just thought, no. And I said, but do you take Visa? And he said, yeah. He said, but you'll have to come to our office. I thought, no problem. So I get a tuk-tuk and it's fucking miles. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There's a roof on the tuk-tuk, but it's like an oven on wheels, right? It's so hot and there's traffic and it's on the main road. And there's scooters everywhere, diesel fumes. And I just thought, fuck this. Got there. Yeah, no problem. Business debit card. But wicked. Because I've had no internet. And I've been working on my novel, but because it's this fucking OneDrive nonsense, you need the internet to use Word. Can you imagine? You try and delete something, and because your internet's crap, because you're on your neighbour's 10 megs, it says trying to connect with the internet. I'm like, well, I'm trying to delete a word on Word. Why is Word part of the fucking internet? So I thought, thank God, I'll have it all sorted. And it went, computer says no. I went, try and slide it down the side. Computer says no. I said, well, look, it's got the little lines on it. Just touch it on the end. Computer says no. There's about 20 people behind me. And there was no one when I walked in there. There's a big queue now, and I'm the barang at the front. And then I thought, right, this really fucks me, because if I end up paying for this out of my own money, it's very hard to get that back from a business because I told them it was a private account so that I could save my business a few quid. Anyway, right? Now, I suddenly thought, you know what? Fuck it. Pay it however you can on whatever card you can, and then invoice your business for the money you spent, and everything would be hunky-dory. Now, I don't want to dox my own credit card numbers, but this is the one that didn't work, right? And I think it's because I don't use this out here, and I haven't told them that I'm in Cambodia for the business card. So that didn't work. Now, I've got quite a few debit and credit cards and a Platinum and American Express. This isn't so cool when you get the rest of the story. So now I'm the barang. As soon as you get that many debit and credit cards out, they just think you're a thief. They think you're carding because it looks like it. I'm like, try that one. No. Try it. Slide it down the side. No. Touch the end. No. Okay. Do you accept this? And I said, do you accept this? And she said, I don't know what that is. That's to get you into the executive lounges at airports. I said, oh, sorry. Anyway, we're going. None of them. So not only have I done 30 minutes in an oven on wheels, but my internet's not going to be on Monday. Now, add to this the fact that business is a real struggle at the moment. I told you that at the beginning of the stream. They're trying to put small to medium enterprise businesses out of pocket. And when the working classes haven't got any money, they're not. Retail's the first to suffer. When people are having to pay for a roof over their head, food and warmth, they're not buying consumer durables, which is my game. So I need to be working at full pelt. I can't stream, make a few quid there, not a lot, but it's more than nothing. Can't do that really. Can't run my business. I can't run my fucking business. So I've got the stress of business not being very good and not being able to do it. And then I said to him, hang on, is there an ATM near here? I thought one of these cards will be able to get that money out of the machine. And he went, yeah. He went just round the corner. He said, I'll walk with you. Now, a Khmer person's just round the corner isn't the same as mine. In that shocking 40-odd degree midday sun, he had me walking down the road, crossing over the motorway, jumping across, the barriers in the middle of the road. I was pissing with stress. That sort of, because of this massive queue behind me, and they're all like, and I was like, try that one. Have you tried my priority pass? It was just jokes, man. Got to the ATMs. There's about 8 different ATMs. ACLADA, ABA, a couple I can't pronounce, and all this. Nope. Could not get that money out of any of them. And then I thought, right, hang on, I've got $150 in my wallet. I might be able to get a couple of hundred out of this one. What? No. I don't know why any of this was happening. I had no idea. And I thought, I know what I've got to do. I've got to ring the banks and tell them that I'm in Cambodia, because I use my Cambodian bank in Cambodia. ABA is brilliant. You can pay for weed with your ABA out here. You can pay in supermarkets, bars, restaurants, pubs, tuk-tuks. Everything goes through my ABA, so I don't use the other cards. I've got to ring them and say, I'm in Cambodia. Can you let that fucking card work? No signal. No signal on my phone. Just no signal. And so I'm sitting again. Now another queue's formed when we've gone back in. Then I'm like, sir, there's no signal. Sorry. And I said, can I try your phone? She said, yeah. Tried her phone. +44 to ring England. Meep. And she just said, no, it won't let you ring England. And then I remembered it was a bank holiday, so there was no staff at work for me to get them. It was just, I said, I'm so sorry. I'll have to move some money from England to my ABA. I'd have to do an international transfer, and I'll pay you when I can. And I had to get back in that tuk-tuk. I was fucking around there for about 50 minutes. After 30 minutes in the tuk-tuk, 30 back, so nearly 2 hours. Tuk-tuk there and back cost me $15. Nothing achieved but stress and sweat and no internet. And I came home and I thought, fuck you now. And then I started looking at all the work figures and the numbers. And then I thought, hang on a minute. Wages go out tomorrow. What's the monthly burn rate? What's this? Head in hands, thinking, this is serious. I'm thinking, I might lose my business. And if I lose my business, I'm going to have to leave Cambodia because I can't pay rent. I'm going to have to go and live with my mum. I mean, I've got some money caught up in shares, but when I call it a portfolio because it is, but I could sell all of that and that would keep me in Cambodia about another 3 months. You know, it's not like a retirement portfolio. It might be in 20 years when I'm dead, but it's for the missus. That's why I'm doing it. So, you know, I just thought, fuck. And then not being able to be proactive about doing something. So then I thought, right, we'll just do some other work and do some work on your novel. So then, because I thought, well, you know, might earn a few quid out of the novel. I'm going to market the fuck out of it. I've got Will Self on the firm who's helping me with it, and you know, that all good. Will Self's name checking me in an article he's writing. That's really cool. Anyway, I thought just get proactive. You know, Warren Buffett says in these times you should start using your skills. In times of high inflation, get busy with skills you've got. So writing and things. What? Fuck off, John. Oh, hang on. No. Be quiet. Joe Rogan. Manny Moo goes, I'll have a fiver. John, I know it might sound like that, but that ain't where this is going. It's going somewhere quite opposite. But thank you. This will lead to the monetization of Substack. Hang on, please trust me, people. This isn't just a sob story. This is going somewhere positive. And so I started thinking. Thank you, though, John. Jokes aside, that's very kind. And I just thought, what would I do if I actually did lose my business? I thought, well, I'd set up another YouTube channel. I might review books or, you know, a normal YouTube channel, one that doesn't get tainted by politics, that therefore leaves you, you know, and try and make a living out of YouTube. That's what I'd try and do. That and writing. I'd probably try and get some marketing work, freelancing, but and I thought I'd just make it work. I thought I'd make it work because I'm not going back to England. I'm not going to wash up back at my mother's because it also means leaving my missus, the love of my life. Can you imagine that day just going, blog says OnlyFans. My missus is thinking about it. I keep going, no, don't. You'll make a fucking fortune, darling. Ian says that our tune music is playing in his head. No, this isn't what I meant. This story is that Willow says learn to pole dance. Good God. Dawn Brownie wants to know if I've got a pimp. I'm the pimp. I'm getting her on OnlyFans. I followed you on Twitter, actually, Phil Marshall. Lovely to see you. Thank you for the 10-bit. But this isn't where this is going. You'll see. Lovely to see you as well, Dawn. I didn't know you were here. Wonderful. And I started feeling sorry for myself. You know, I've bounced back enough times in my life to, by now, have realised you just get busy. You know, how can I be in a country where there's people who spend their evenings going through the bins you know, fiddling through domestic waste to get plastic bottles to recycle. And I'm sitting there worried about having to go back to, you know, my mum's house and get fed and looked after and not have to work. If, you know, even if I didn't work in England, I'd have food and shelter and warmth. But I would have to give up a life that I've made here that I love. Anyway, so I got the internet. I can't write because Word is now connected to the internet. Ridiculous. You know, and then I thought I'll put a sample of my novel on Substack. And, you know, because Substack is helping promote my novel, I can't copy and paste it. I had to download a Chrome extension to copy and paste. Are you joking? What the fuck is going on there? And then I watched this video I'm about to play you. Now, there's a little, well, that happens every year, Vincent. But I don't want to get involved in drugs, selling drugs. Come on, that's a real step back. You know, they don't mind you growing a couple of plants out here. They're not so happy about you selling it, you know, especially as a foreigner. No, that you know, one of the places I do not want to end up is a Cambodian Nick. Have a look on the internet, see what they're like. No, but I know it's a joke, but well, I did think about it. Anyway, let me tell you a little bit about Scotty Kramer. Scotty Kramer was a professional BMXer, right? Scotty Kramer won about 12 or 13 X Game gold medals. He was the top of his tree. He was the top of his tree. Scotty Kramer is like in many ways the Rodney Mullen of BMXing, in as much as he invented a lot of the tricks that make up even mountain biking tricks today, but certainly BMX tricks. Even a world-class BMXer and doing a crappy little backflip or something without a helmet on, he smashed his head open. They had to cut his head open here, pull his face off. There's a video of this on YouTube if you want to look into this. And I advise you to, because we're talking about getting your problems into perspective. They had to pull his face off, yank his skull out, operate on his brain, put the skull back, re-adhere his face, sew up his Frankenstein scar that is literally like that, right? And then he spent 2 years in bed because he couldn't walk, couldn't move, could not shit, piss, wank, eat, nothing. And they said to him, you'll probably never stand up again. You'll probably never walk again. And he didn't accept that. And it took him about 4 or 5 years. And he learned to walk. And he can't walk like you and me. He has to look at the ground and sort of look where he's going to put his foot to sort of put it there. And, you know, it's not natural. It doesn't come to him unconscious. No, that's the wrong word. It's a conscious decision to put that foot forward. He has to consciously, you know, his brain doesn't send a signal to his hand. He has to sort of say, okay, I want to move my hand out there. And in the winter, his body all seizes up. And I watched this little video of him because he made a little video today, because I'm inspired by Scotty Kramer, because after they said he couldn't walk, he actually occasionally rides a BMX. He can't do any fucking tricks or anything. But he put a video up this morning or yesterday night saying, I'm leaving. And I thought, never is Scotty Kramer leaving the internet. Now, I could show you any part of this video, and it's an 18-minute video. But I've moved it on a couple of minutes, and I'll play 2 or 3 minutes. But remember everything I just told you, what this bloke went through. Imagine being in bed for 2 years. It's not just the boredom, but the lack of independence. the lack of going from a world champion sportsman, you know, all about freedom and being out there and, you know, living the life, making bucks, banging birds, riding his bike, to being in bed, having to press a button with his fucking nose or a stick on his head to get a nurse to wipe his ass. That's not a joke. Or to get a nurse to come in and put a bedpan under his ass. And then they, because he couldn't control his bowels, they had to enema him every day. Imagine just what that does to your soul. And he bounced back from it all. And he's far, you know, he's about 30% of the bloke he was. But just watch some of this video. This isn't a sob story. I'm not pitying Scotty Kramer in any way here. But I just want you to have a little look at this. And he makes, like I say, I could play any of this video, but I think in this part he'll make reference to his injury he had. Here we go. Let's watch a little bit of this. Let me know you can hear it. Hang on. I know you won't be able to hear it because I forgot to click the audio. So you should be able to hear this. Check a bit of this out.
And the reason why is because the weather. The weather here in New Jersey absolutely destroys me. And I'll be honest with you guys. This year right here is year number 6 of my injury. And this has been the best year mentally for me. But the truth is, year number 5 was the worst year I've ever had for it. You guys have probably noticed that I didn't even do a video talking about my injury, like for an update for like a year checking. I was just too bummed out, too depressed to do it. I just didn't even want to talk about it. I was just so over.
That's 5 years after the injury. So he made it. He was making videos for 2 years because his brothers are world class. His younger brother's a world class BMXer. So he's still got a very successful channel and that. Got out of the bed, trained himself to walk and talk and all the other stuff. Still needs a lot of help. But the 5th year was his worst year. He was in bed for 2, and the 5th year was the worst.
Not being normal. And it's such a hard thing for me to live with because I'm every single day in, day out battling this. And like I've come so far, like considering I was in the wheelchair and I couldn't move anything, and nobody ever thought, you know, I would even be able to walk again, let alone ride a bike. But every single day of me living with this injury and this whole situation, it's something else that I'm learning, something else that sometimes it just hits me like a ton of bricks. Some days I'll be awesome, but then like stupid things will happen. Like I'll try to do something for myself at the house and I can't get a package open of food. Like I can't get the food open from the place that I just ordered it from. And like, it's so frustrating. And like, to be honest with you, I freak out. Like I can't handle it. And I get so bummed out. And then it dwells in me. I'm sitting there hanging with that dark kind of energy on me. And like, I can't get that done. And like, when it comes to the wintertime, I can't do anything. Like I can't go outside because my body does so bad in this cold weather. Like as soon as it's under like 65 degrees, first thing happens, my hands start curling like this. Then my arms sticks close to my body. And then my legs lock up. So now I turn into like this like robot. Like I just can't move. I can't walk. And it's so hard to live with. I'll tell you what though, out of this crazy crash, this crazy injury that happened to me, and like the fact that like I can't walk normally. Like walking is still so hard for me. Like I always have to pay attention when I'm walking. If I'm carrying stuff, I'm looking at the ground. I got to make sure everything's good. But the one thing that still feels like a part of me still exists, like that I do feel normal, is when I'm riding a bike. And riding a BMX bike, like riding freestyle, miserable, absolutely miserable for me. Constantly scared all the time. I'm constantly on the verge of crashing. And that sucks. Like to have something that you were so good at, that was your life for so long, feel so foreign to you, is the worst thing. Like I've done so many videos of me riding over the years, and the truth is like I've been scared out of my mind the whole time. And then I made that video, right, to like, I'm gonna do a backflip, and like I truly.
So I watched that, and I watched the rest of it as well. And what he was just about to say was he made a video saying he was going to do a backflip. He can barely ride a bike. He as long as it's going forward, he's all right. As soon as he turns the handlebars, he falls off. And he come up with this crazy thing that he was going to do a backflip. And there's a few videos of him just, you know, they just hold him at the top of one ramp. He goes down it, goes up the other ramp. The bike just flies off, and his crippled body just flies through the air into a, you know, like a soft pit, loads of sponge foam and that. And, you know, he thought he was going to be able to do a backflip, and he said it hit him really hard when he realized that, no, you can't even ride a bike, mate. You know, you can barely walk. And I watched it and I thought, and I know this is basic, it's basic, but we can get so caught up, we can get so caught up in our, and I know it's a cliche, but in our first world problems. And I'm not saying that people here haven't got problems. I'm not saying that. I know Otto's going through it. We haven't seen Otto for a while. I think it might have pissed him off. And I know Andrew Mackenzie's having a fucking nightmare. And, you know, Tech Roach and Moslab and many more of us. But I was thinking, all the stress that I put myself in, and all the worry and all that projecting into the future. What if this happens? What if this happens? What if this happens? And letting it become me. Eckhart Tolle talks about the pain body, where he says, you know, your fears and your worries about things that haven't even happened, they become you, and you become them, and then you live them. And these are things that haven't even happened. And actually, things are all right. I mean, what's actually wrong at the moment? I haven't had my fast internet for a week or two. Okay. Business is a struggle. I've lost my business twice in my life, and I got it back. So get busy. That's what I've got to do with that. Get busy. I've got to get my novel finished. Get busy. You know, I've got to do more to my YouTube channel. People like videos. I love streaming, but people like videos. And you don't grow a channel by streaming. You just don't. You grow a channel by making videos. You know, people come in here very rarely. And you know, we don't see it. And for the simple reason that YouTube doesn't know who to suggest these to. I've been blaming it on the YouTube algorithm for ages. But if I actually put a title like the United States of Communism, or the midterms, what will happen at the midterms, I will get new people. But I don't. I call my videos silly things like ultra chill stream exquisite. I mean, where can, you know, the way YouTube works, they want to show people, suggest videos to people who like similar things. Well, I'm not sure ultra chill stream exquisite gives them a lot of options. You know, and then I thought, I'm 50 years old. I've done a lot of damage to my body over the years. And weirdly, I'm in pretty good health. When I had a full body check, when I was going to do that stupid ibogaine, when I was 45, my doctor said, body for you. And I just thought, how I think it might start buffering in a minute, people. I'm getting the little signal here saying you're in trouble, son. But I just sort of thought, it's insulting. It's insulting to people with real problems. It's insulting to people with real problems. And that's not to say that problems don't mean something, but my problems, no, they absolutely did. They took his face off, yeah. Did you see that big hole in that big dent in his head that I showed you? You know, it's not to say that problems don't cause an effect in your life, but get them into perspective. And not when I say, oh, I'm just getting the gag, people are talking about the movie. Daffyd said, was it Nicolas Cage underneath? No, it was John Travolta. There you go. That's interesting. Marzipan says, I got injured at the same time and he was a real inspiration. He did the trick. He hit a hole on the run out. Oh, that's how he hurt himself, did he? So I remember he went up. So there was an hole in the ground and oh dear. But there's different sorts of problems. There's problems that you can do something about that do have a bit of fear. There's a bit of fear around them because it's all relative. You know, it's all relative. You can't just sit back and go, well, I haven't had a bike crash. I'm not in bed for 2 years, so everything's groovy. But again, acceptance. All right, so business is bad. It's not my fault. Everyone's struggling. Not everyone, but millions of small to medium enterprises are struggling. But I've still got the business. So, okay, get busy. Do something. Do this. Do things I've done in the past when I've been in this situation. Also, get busy with YouTube. Make some more videos. Grow the channel. 3, get the book fucking finished. You know, I don't expect to make a lot of money out of that book, but I do expect to then get the Crack Diaries published. Then I do expect to get another one published. And in 4 years, I should have 14 or 15 out using the right publish repeat model with my Substack, which is thousands strong at the moment, building up a readership, the 1,000 true fans model, the right publish repeat model. I've got options. And to actually let things defeat you, it made me just feel that, it made me feel weak. It made me feel that, hang on, what's going on here? Why are you letting these lightweight problems break you? And it's an interesting question to ask. Why do we? You know, and I'm not the only person who does this. I've had friends on the phone. Devon Tracy's an interesting one. Devon Tracy lost all his hair when he was like 18 or something. Atheism is unstoppable. And he tells this brilliant story where he went and he saw a therapist because he was suicidal. He was suicidal. And he's told this story. I'm not doxing his inner workings here. And his therapist said to him, he said, I can see it on your tombstone. It's something like this. I can see it on your tombstone now. Devon Tracy, dead because he had no hair. And yet you can sort of understand why we let these things take over our lives, because we're prone to it. We're prone to focusing on things that scare us. We're prone to focusing on things that worry us, which is all right as long as you don't sit in the problem. You can have an hour there. You can have half an hour sitting in the problem. But get busy with the solution. Because most of us here, most humans, have got a history of problems, have got a history of failure, have got a history of making mistakes, have got a history of what seems like the universe conspiring against them, Vart, have got a history of what seems like life conspiring against them. And they've overcome them. They've just thought, fuck it, okay, I'm not having it. And I just said it to myself out loud. I said, no, I'm not leaving Cambodia. I've got a life here. I've got a lover here. I like it here. And I'm not giving it up. And I'm not giving this up. I'm not giving this up. I'm not giving this up. So I got out a bit of paper and I thought, right, what's the plan? So the internet, that'll be sorted. I thought I got to move some money. That's no problem. That was just immature. That's just immature. Stabbing my feet. I want it yesterday. Well, sometimes you have to fucking wait. Especially when you're in somewhere like Cambodia. It's not like England where you can just go, hello, can you put my internet back on? Yes, sir. Okay, here's my card number. No, sometimes it's tricky out here being a foreigner and not having, having the way it works out here. And like I said, so I wrote a plan. I've actually scheduled writing time, which I've never done. I've never done that. I've scheduled writing time. I've sat on this November thing. I've told you that. I'm sticking with it. November, that book's coming out. And so I've scheduled it. I've actually scheduled it. I've scheduled 5 marketing projects to get busy with the business and a few other things that I can't talk about because, well, it's business stuff that wouldn't interest you anyway. And I've got a book of ideas for more movie reviews and other standalone videos, like that video I made the other day. That video I made about it was just what I can't remember what it was called, but how to enjoy life. Those videos go down well. I got a lot of emails off that. I got a lot of new subscribers off of it. And in the comments, everyone says, I miss these videos. I prefer these. I'm not going to stop doing the lives because I love the lives, but I can do those as well. And so I just made a plan. And afterwards I thought, that's more like it. That's more like it. That's what you've done all your life. You've survived. Because life isn't easy. You're bored of me saying it, but life is a fight and a struggle for resources. And that's all this is. That's all that's happened to me. It's just the fight and the struggle just got a bit harder. So I don't get to sit around on my arse doing fuck all so much for maybe the next 2 years. Okay. But fuck me, if someone can deal with having their head caved in and being in bed for 2 years and not being able to walk and having their body seized up in the winter, I can sort this out. And I've said all this to you before. I've always talked about acceptance and gratitude. And I did neither of those. And that's how easy life can break you. Because I know the answers. But we're prone to it. We're prone to self-pity. I am prone to self-pity. It's ridiculous. I give yourself a bit of time to be upset. Give yourself a bit of time to be angry, and then work out whether you're a man or a boy, or a lady, or a girl. Because what adults do, what men and women do, is make life work, and what children do is throw their toys out the pram and let things get worse. Expect other people to sort it out. It doesn't work like that. But right now we're on to some clips. The stream's still going. 2 hours in, 120 people in there. Go and sign up to my Substack while I'm getting some water. Can you see my willy? Not because I thought the camera was tilted down, but I got so excited when I was talking. Then it's up here. It's just there. The glands is just there. I'm polishing it just there. Good gosh. And also on the back of all that, I thought about the life my missus has had and thought, how dare you? How fucking dare you complain about your situation? I had to get some marshmallow sugar hit to get me through the next couple of hours. Right. Before we get on to the clips, I I bet I know what you said that in relation to as well, Pizzle. What, being in bed for 2 years, having some bird come in and enemy you. I bet that's what I bet that's what you were responding to. Oh, yeah. I've got some cracking clips now. So this is the next part of the stream. Hello, Carl. Carl, is that you in the avatar? Carl, are you new around here? Let me know. No, exactly. Bill, he says that in the video as well. He says that, this mad idea to do a somersault on his bike. He said, how dare I risk putting my family through that again? He said the chances of pulling it off are none. He can't even walk. It would literally be just letting him go down a ramp, holding on, flicking a ramp, and hoping he didn't land on his head again after putting his family and friends through that once before. And it's unlikely he's ever going to have a sex life again. He's written that off at like 28 years old. Shocking. And he gets on with his life. He's still got his YouTube channel and he still does stuff. Would I be able to come back from something like that? The way I was acting today when I couldn't get my fucking internet to work, I would question it, perhaps. Mouse cat. No, exactly, Ludwig. Exactly that. Right. Did I see Joan Jackson on the phone? Hello, Joan. Right, Picard, we're all lucky to be here. Don't you forget it. Yeah, I think if most of us are doing pretty well compared to what a lot of people have been through and what a lot of people will go through. Hello, Joan. I don't know what happened to Otto. He's going through a load of shit. I know that. Which involves his missus telling his kids that he's an arsehole and they believe her. That, I haven't got children, so I can only imagine what that must be like. Your own children. And he doesn't even get to, he's not allowed to talk to them. His own kids. He's not allowed to fucking talk to them. I'd be locked up because I'd fucking go around there. I'd go around there, I'd pick them up, I'd put them in the back of a wagon, I'd drive them out to another country. I don't know, fuck you, they're my kids. Well, they were ours, but considering you decided to act like an arsehole, you lost them. I'd find the right people and get them smuggled right out of that lunatic's fucking den, coven. I'll ping him in an email. I can't risk opening my email now. It was one of your comments that made me think about making more, Joan. So I certainly will. Right. Okay. I just want to catch up on the donations, and we've got loads. Good call, Andrew. Who I don't want to tell you someone else's business, people, but Andrew certainly deals with a lot. Your problem or anyone else's are just different and individual to us all, as is how we deal with them. Yep, great call. But we do need to deal with them. That's the issue, isn't it? Right. Okay. He is most definitely awesome. I still talk to him fairly regular. He is still bald. Devon's cool as fuck. I know he winds people up, but Devon is a great bloke. I've met Devon a few times IRL, and I really, really rate him. He's come on this channel a few times, and we talked for 2 or 3 hours and could have talked all night. No, I've got a hell of a lot of time for Devon. Look what Rags put. I'll read it out after this, Mallow. Rag says, I lost my hair, Chris. I called it a solar panel for a sex machine. Whenever I see you streaming, that's all I think. I think, how did he manage to grab an hour away from all those women? It certainly does give you perspective. Well, there you go, Jess. Why? What about? Write it down. Write down why. Why? Because you shouldn't have anxiety. You know, you shouldn't. And if you start actually thinking about it, but by thinking about it, I mean be honest with yourself, Jessica. Don't go the easy route. The only person you'll lie to in these situations is yourself. And it's easy to. But actually start being honest with yourself. You'll find out why. And that's the start of the recovery. RP, I'm back at work. Done 2 days now, facing a full week back on a building site at 66 after 9 months doing now after my separation. Doubt terror. Raymond, you're 66 years old and you're going to do a week on a site and you haven't done any graft for 9 months. Fuck me. Fuck me, man. That takes some balls. That gives me strength, though. That certainly does give me strength. You're 16. You're a whole teenager older than me, and you're going out and doing that. Incredible. Incredible. Nice one on the donation, and all your donations are very generous. That's incredible. Well, good luck with it. I don't mean it. I'm not taking the piss when I say this, but don't overdo it. That's not because of your age. That's because of the 9 months off. Do you know what I mean? You're seized up a bit. Certainly as we get older. You might laugh at me, Raymond, but I would suggest doing some stretching in the morning before that first day, because whereas 9 months ago you might have been able to lean over here, turn your back and do this or whatever the work is, your muscles will have seized and you might just pang and then it's fuck. Seriously, maybe get some stretching in or something. Okay, have I missed any more? Let me check entropy. Oh, it's King Carl. Oh, I missed Arklows as well. Hang on, Arklow, Packer and Carl. King Carl. He's actually a king, people. He really is as well. Arklow! I didn't even know you were on the firm. Arklow's put a song in for the old scrub stop. That other thing, people, I realised how much damage I'd done to the channel with the diazepam gate. Last scrub stock, we had about 25, 30 entrants because 300 odd people used to watch this stream. And I never quite accepted how many people just went, nah. My integrity was questioned, and rightly so. Sort of rightly so. I mean, I never said I was clean, and I've always been very open that I've got drug problems. I do my best with them, but occasionally I'll make a mistake, and I made a really big mistake, and it was fucking stupid. But I just ignored it. I ignored the fact that, 250 odd people a day do not come to the streams anymore. And that's just a reality. Arklow, keep her lit, Chris. Get that content out there. Always very good to listen to, as well as the streams. My scrub stock contribution is on the way, I assure you. That's right. You sent me an email saying it's coming. I haven't read it yet, but I saw it and I thought that was it. No, I can't wait. I think you're doing a vocal piece, and you're amazing. You win everyone over just with your accent anyway. Just don't sing out of accent and you'll be fine. Thank you, Arklow. And yeah, you're right. I have to be making more videos. And I enjoy making them as well. It's just the old time in the day thing. A live stream takes as long as it takes to talk. But to make a video means having something to say that's for sure, you know, researching it, editing it, rendering it, uploading it. But that doesn't mean I can't do it. You know, there have been times when I could have done it and I just thought that I'll have a nap instead. I'm being warned here that we might get some bufferage. JP says, I am so glad others are like this. I've always been a self-pitier. Yeah, me too, and it's not good. It's not a good look. It's pathetic, really. I'm talking about myself, but self-pity is pathetic, especially when you see other people and some of the shit they've been through or going through. You know, am I actually getting angry about not being able to pay for my internet? Because I was, and you wouldn't believe it. I mean, the Cambodian roads aren't the best places anyway, and you've just got mad things happening. I was like, for fuck's sake! I just thought, whoa, just no. That's just, who's that helping? No one. Exactly that, David. I didn't want to say it, but it was on the tip of my tongue. It certainly never plateaus. That's absolutely. It does. You're absolute. I missed that one, IJB, but you've certainly been listening. It doesn't. You don't get to that point where it's all groovy. And, you know, you think that maybe money will make the plateaus. No, it will plateau money, but that's going to cause you more problems. You look at the amount of people who've won the lottery and killed themselves. Those numbers are there. You look at the amount of people who won the lottery and got divorced and ended up on their own skin. It's, you know, life is hard. There's problems. You got to come right down and do it all over again. Right, Picard. If the book ain't out by November, we won't be angry, Chris. Just very disappointed. Me too. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it because I could publish it next week. You know, it's there. The story's there. But I done 11 hours on it the other day, and I tell you what, it's fucking great. It's that. Not all of it. There's bits that are not as strong as other points, but that's what you're going to get in a plotless picaresque. But some of the little tableaus are just. I'm desperate to tell you this story, but it's going to be the new SUBSTACK sample, and if I tell you it, it will ruin the ending. And it's, you know, it's an autobiographic. So when you read it, you'll think, you dirty bastard. It's one of the most vile things I've ever confessed. And I've confessed a lot. But I'm talking about, no, I can't. Thank you, Packer. Hello, Anglo. How are you, son? 2.5 hours in. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're well. Right. Carl. So Carl is actually royalty. He's got lineage from aristocracy. I think we should get him back into power. It's me, King Carl. I've been away. Oh, there's me taking the piss and it's all gone fucking tits up. You're looking good, son. That's me, King. Is it a proper bow tie? Please tell me it's not a ready-made. Been away, had severe depression. Now, okay, now, good lad. I mean, did you watch the chat I had with Jeffrey Sharlow about psychiatry and depression? That might interest you. Not saying it isn't a thing, but we certainly do talk about what it could be compared to what those lunatics in the fictional world of psychiatry call it. And have you seen now that it's all recently come out that SSRIs have nothing to do with the treatment of depression? Psychiatry failed again. Okay, I'm now off to the Philippines next year to get married. Sweet. Marrying a Filipino, or you going out there for the wedding and got a part-time job? Well, look at that. Look at that. I mean, my mate Mumford used to get clinical depression, he called it, and he was a different person. Now, I wouldn't call it a disease. I don't believe in mental illness. Not saying that he wasn't suffering or you weren't. He was a different person. But when he made different decisions and moved to Patong and left his shitty job, he's just had the best 5 years of his life. And he hasn't had any depression. So, and when he was back on, when he was depressed, have some more of these. No, have some more of these. Yeah, but they're making me feel like this. Yeah, but we're going to give you these to get rid of that. Oh, but those other ones you gave me have made me do this. Yeah, but we'll give you these to get rid of that. I come to you with I was depressed, and now I'm on 20 tablets a day, doc. When all I actually needed to do was make some different decisions in life. Good call, Carl. Well done for crawling out of that one, man, because it's not a nice place to be. Nice one on the air and centre as well. Nice to see you back. I want to make it clear because this got quite confusing with the whole psychiatry thing. I'm not saying that people don't struggle with things that we call depression or OCD or whatever. I just question what they actually are and how to treat them, of course. Because if they were a different thing, you would treat them differently. I miss Devon's Productions. Dawn, he's got a channel on old Gavin McInnes's thing, hasn't he? Censored.tv. I think it's about, a tenner a month. But if you do sign up, make sure you use the code AIU or Devon doesn't get any money and Gavin McInnes does. And Gavin's got enough and Devon hasn't got a lot. I'm not going to say too much, but Devon's going through it a bit at the moment. But that's all right. He's a strong lad. Rags reckons the wheelchair puts the ladies off. Not all of them. There's a story for another night there, but not all of them. I know a very hot bird who's absolutely got a thing for men with cripples. She's got a thing for men who need care, not for relationships either. Do you want her number? I'll tell her. I say, oh, do you want a solar powered sex machine in a wheelchair? And she'll be like, yeah. Weirdly enough, I do. Right, where are we going? I want to get onto the clips now. I just want to make sure I haven't missed any. No, good for you, Carl. Well done, man. Darkness, absolute darkness, and very difficult. For whatever reasons, you were in a very dark place, and you've pulled yourself out of it. Many don't. Oh my days! Are you new around here? Vad! You're going to my spiritual home next week. Right, I have got recommendations as well. So, get a pen and paper. I'll give you a couple of seconds. Or just your mobile, so you can record an audio message. Right, when you get the plane from Phuket, when you get to Phuket, you're going to need to get a taxi to Patong. When you come through, customs or whatever it's called, there's no passport control because it's a domestic flight from. You'll probably go from Bangkok to Phuket, won't you? But they're going to go taxi, 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 and if you get one of them, they'll sit you in that taxi and wait till there's 3 complete strangers in that taxi, and you'll be thinking, hang on, now it's a bus. And they'll take you all around the houses while they drop the other 3 or 4 people off and still expect you to pay 20 quid. Walk out of the airport. Just walk past them. There's no actual way out. It's quite a con. But you'll see a road. It sort of comes down a ramp and goes out. If you're minted, don't worry about this, but all that round the houses after, 13, 14-hour flight, fuck all that. Just you'll see a ramp come down. Just walk out there, cross the main road, a normal taxi will come along, Patong Beach, whatever he says, just say, come on, man. I've been here loads of times, and he'll lower it. And then it'll be just you and the cab driver, rather than the cabs at the airport fill up with, they'll get as many people in as they can. And you might, your cab journey could take 2 hours. It's 40 minutes from Phuket Airport to Patong. That's the first tip. Second tip, pay a bit more to get your guest house or hotel near the beach. Not necessarily because you like beaches, but it's lovely to go to the beach. But and it's a nice beach again, Patong. They got rid of all the fucking deck chairs and all that shit, so it's actually a nice beach. But that's where all the parties are. That's where Bangla Road is. Now you can get a hotel or a guest house for half price out, sort of like 2 miles out. Problem is, you're going to spend that money getting a fucking tuk-tuk every day to get to where all the parties and all the decent bars are and the beach. And you don't want to have to be getting tuk-tuks backwards and forwards, because when you get them back and you're half cut at night, they'll just take your money off you. Yeah, no problem, mate. It's yeah, cheers. The Thais are a bit grabby like that, I have to say, the blokes especially. So pay the extra and get somewhere on rat as in rat dash it's not rat dash u dash fit THIT 200 PEE road, Ratuthit P200 road. That's the main ring road that goes around the beach area. Get your accommodation on there. You can walk to the beach in 5 minutes. Bangla Road, which is Sodom and Gomorrah, and just the weirdest time you'll ever know, is there as well. Please tell me you're not taking a girlfriend, because that's a very different holiday. I would say, regardless how much money you've got, get a guest house, not a hotel. If you get a hotel, you won't mix with anyone. There's no communal areas. So you come into reception, you say hello, and then you go to your room. You wake up, you walk past reception, and you go into town. Get a guest house, which isn't anywhere near as nice as your hotel, but it'll have a few seats out the front. They'll play music at night. They'll make you a cup of tea in the morning or pour you a beer. Sometimes they've got a very basic breakfast, like egg on toast, or get you a tom yum and rice, and you'll meet people. I always travel alone. I prefer traveling alone anyway. So I prefer that. Even if you're with mates or whatever, I'd suggest guest houses, you meet people, birds, interesting people, whereas hotels, you're very much left to your own devices. If you're with your wife or girlfriend, maybe a hotel's better. But even then, it's nicer to wake up and go and sit down, and there'd be 3 or 4 people sitting around, and you can talk to them. They might be able to tell you somewhere they found that was nice to go. There's beaches. You've only got to drive out of Patong for 10 minutes. You can find a beach to yourself. Seriously. I remember the first time I had a whole beach to myself once. I was like, the first time I ever went there, I was like, yeah, I've got a beach. Bangla Road is where all the parties happen. There's not really much else to tell you. It's a dirty, smelly. Occasionally, when those drains, when the wind blows the wrong way, it'll nearly knock you out. It's a dirty, smelly sex tourist destination. But played right, you'll never forget your holiday in Patong. You'll love it. My novel's set in Patong. It's all about Patong. Yeah, I don't quite know I haven't been there since COVID. I know there's a few changes, but apparently it's all back open. All the bars and that are open. That's all I can say, really. They're the tips. The rest of the thing is just get absolutely hammered. Go to a ping pong show on Bangla Road. Excuse me. They'll go ping pong, ping pong. It ain't ping pongs. It's terrapins. It's darts. It's snakes. It's like something from another era. Go to one. You will not forget that either. Yeah. sometimes at the end of the ping pong show, they just start fucking. A man just comes out from the bus fucking them, and you're just going, oh, after the terrapins came out of her fanny, I was kind of done, but now it's just live. Ooh, ooh, ooh. If you've got any questions you want answering in particular, email me, chris@chrisdangerfield.com. Vart. Okay, asleep in Avalon, so stay awake in Patong. I spoke to Bawley just the other day. He's all right. He sent me a poem. I've got a, what's the time? 3 a.m. Good Lord. Andy Mack, got a bail. Enjoyable chat. Be well all. Nice one, Andy. Thanks for that. Take care, mate. I've just realised I've got loads of Baz and Dawn both saying that Gavin McInnes got swatted and arrested. Good Lord. Oh, fucking hell, Carl. That's darkness. Yeah, you done well. I'd keep that will if I were you, and, you know, just to look at, just to remind yourself about where things go if you don't maintain, you know, your balance. Hello, Zeitgeist. How are you, son? There you go. Thank fuck for that. Yeah, I've got a girlfriend. I've got nothing against girlfriends, but not in Patong. That it'll wreck the relationship, because you cannot go somewhere where there are literally thousands of semi-naked, beautiful women offering you themselves with a girlfriend. It's just, unless she's up for threesomes, you will not survive that. It's impossible. Lost an eye in a robbery at work, jumped and shot, and got a little settlement after a couple of years. And you've done the best thing. I'm really sorry to hear that, but do exactly what you've done. Played right, you will have the time of your life. I promise you. Another little tip, though. As much as, and I know a few people in the chat will think I'm a degenerate, everyone. As much as that first lady that gives you a massage looks like the most beautiful woman you've ever seen, and you fall in love with her on the first night, do not get birded off on your first night or your first week. If you're there for, say, 4 weeks, do the girlfriend thing maybe for the last week. But that's a classic mistake. Oh, I'm to my hotel. Do you want to see me tomorrow? Yeah. No, don't. Because then you sort of fucked it. She'll be there tomorrow. She'll be there anyway. Anglo, 10 bob, rob-eye tokens. Just after he said he got shot and robbed in his eye, you said rob-eye. Rib-eye tokens, or have a bevy on me, mucker, have it. I had one today. I had a rib-eye today. I've got to actually stock up. I gave the missus my scooter. So I've got to, I can't get to Super Duper tonight. It's 3 o'clock. Will do, though, Anglo. They will certainly be rib-eye tokens. I haven't had a drink for a while, you know. The last time I had those few drinks, it took too long to get over. I only had 3 or 4, and I certainly will. I'll get a photo of the next ribeye stack and put it on the Telegram. Nice one, Anglo. Hoit to that. Right. Nice one, Rags. Get on with the clips, for fuck's sake. Right, okay. Not a problem asleep in Avalon. You'll have the time of your life. How long are you going for? And like I said, even when you're out there, they're coming right now, Joan. Even when you're out there, if there's anything you want to know, email me and I might be able to help you. And if I can't help you, my best mate lives out there, so he certainly will be able to help you. And he will as well. He's a nice bloke. He's an arsehole. Thailand has legalized weed. It's legal. You can buy it in the street. You can go up to your crepes, Then you can go up to your bloke that makes your fried ice cream, and then you can go and buy your Californian skunk. It's all, you can't smoke it in the streets though, but you can take it back to your hotel and sit on the balcony and get high as fuck. And they've re-legalized Katom. I don't think it's only to get the tourists back, Billy. It's also to get the younger generation. I've got to be a little bit careful here being on the manor, but getting the younger generation on side of the government, the newly youngsters are starting to realise might not be the best of military junters. But yeah. Hello, Tricky. Hello, Mega Essex boy. Good to see thee. Yes, you can, but you have to ask them. But yeah. Most of them have got balconies anyway. And because of the aircon, when you go outside, you shut the big double doors. Right, let's have a look at some clips. Jones, give me a kick up the bum. First one we're going for is, we've got some OBSs first. We've got a couple of OBSs. I want to thank Rags for a few of these clips. Now, I might have shown you this the other day. Remind me while we're watching it if I did. This is French police at Calais. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that we're winning, but kind of interesting because I hadn't heard of this kind of thing happening. I OBS'd it, so it would be a bit strange, but this is French police in Calais. Have a look at this.
So we've got about 40 or 50 people. The police buggy has just turned up to try and stop them.
So I'll tell you what the police do. The police have got knives and they just puncture the dinghy. They puncture the dinghy. There you go. There you go. And all those lawyers and doctors, bit of mace. And all those lawyers and doctors have got to go and buy another dinghy. Kind of interesting. I mean, you know, I doubt it's anywhere near the scale it needs to be to have an effect, but better than nothing. Rags reckons it's propaganda by the French government. How do you know that, Rags? I'm not saying it isn't, but I mean, propaganda doesn't really work like that, because if that's propaganda for the French government, then the French government are saying that they're deflating dinghies to stop immigrants going across the water, meaning they don't want immigrants to go across the water. So I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'd be interested to know your sources. It could be, but it was, you know, the French. He doesn't really talk about like that, Macron, does he? He's too stupid. But I will look into that further. I think Macron wouldn't have direct action like that, would he? Well, because they were filming it. Come on, how comes there's TV cameras everywhere, aren't there? How is anything caught on tape? If you're going out to do a report on people taking dinghies across from Calais to England, you're gonna see what happens, aren't you? They were a British film crew. Are you suggesting that the French government got in contact with British media and said, "Come over here, we're gonna stick some knives in and mace an immigrant"? Maybe. It seems unlikely to me, though. I think they would if they're going to propagandize it, they'd probably talk about policy rather than slitting dinghies. But you know, who knows? Who knows? Good, interesting suggestion. What else have we got here? Okay, let me just chuck that one in the delete folder. This is quite wicked, actually, and I mean, I've got to be careful because of the strike. So this is, I'm not just watching this for the gore factor, but a fox with rabies. And when I used to watch things in England on the telly about rabies, and who remembers in the 70s when you went to France and there'd be those skulls, like a red skull, and it'd have it written in Third Reich lettering, "Don't bring rabies into Britain." And I remember saying to my dad, you know, "What's rabies?" And he said to me, it's a disease that animals get, which makes them insane and aggressive. And if they bite you, you get it. And like the proper sort of blag about rabies. But this woman gets attacked by a fox, which apparently has got rabies. I haven't got any evidence for it. I tried to look it up, and everyone seems to be saying that is what it is. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, likewise. I didn't want to say it. Fair play, Mega Essex boy. It was terrifying. Do you remember that film they made, or was it a series? And there were people just going like foaming at the mouth after being bitten by the neighbour's dog. But well, I kind of feel I'm a bit like that, Bill. I mean, I do think the blatant, the optics are terrible of people coming over in dinghies, but excuse the accidental pun, but it's a drop in the ocean compared with legal immigration. Yeah, likewise, Arklow, on the mainland. But if this fox hasn't got rabies, I've dealt with loads of foxes. There's loads in Dartford. The top of my mum's street smells of fox piss, and I've dealt with them in Soho as well. There's a Soho fox community. If this fox hasn't got rabies, why is it so fucking aggressive? Check this out. Have a look at this. There you go, Lumi. That's what I just said. Foxes usually do the off. I take it you've seen it. Foxes, they get the fuck away from you, don't they? So have a look at this. It's rather frightening. Fair play to the woman, though. I mean, it gets her cuff, but it's only got to get its saliva in the wound, and you're in all sorts of trouble. Here we go. It is muted, by the way, people. There's no audio. Look at that little bastard. Look, he won't leave her alone. Look. Fucking hell, look. Look, it just keeps coming back. Oh, look, she booted it. Oh, rabies is terrifying, isn't it? Look. Get the fuck off me, fox. Isn't it mad? Look. Just keeps coming back. Look, another kick in the head. There you see, smelt that male, smelt that sweat of a male and done the off. Fucking terrifying. Really frightening. Rabid. Do you remember the movie Rabid? Awful. I was just talking about that, Mrs. Me, innit? Yeah. Yeah, shitted me out as well. Shitted me out. Okay, next one on the OBS. I've got some cracking clips for you, actually, so we'll enjoy these. What have I got here? Oh, this is beautiful. So I think Rag sent me this one. I've got to give you the scene before you see it, because the first bit goes past quite quickly. This would appear to be a bar in Glasgow or Aberdeen, or I don't know if Marzipan's still here. They certainly seem more Scottish rather than Irish, although I can confuse them. Oh, we got plenty, Brian. We got plenty. So there's these two proper Scots in a boozer, and they're just working class men having a pint. And a man walks in. Now, I'm all about inclusivity. I'm not. I'm not. I'm about cultural exclusivity because it's worked for thousands of years. But, in Minecraft, I mean, good Lord. And a man walks in in high heels and bare legs. And what's amazing about it, it's Glasgow, is it okay? What's amazing about it is, for all the wokeism, for all the woke agenda, when you actually see a couple of normal people, the way they respond to it, it's the right response. Here we go.
Please tell me I'm not laughing.
Please tell me you're not laughing.
Jesus, Mary Joseph. Honest as fuck, eh? I don't fucking believe this. Hey, John, what's your opinion of that? I'm really shocking though. That's good to you.
There's something really, really beautiful about that. Just that's it. That I mean, the attention seeking is ridiculous. You know. Let's just have a look at that last shot again where they've zoomed in there. Hang on, let me see if I can do this. I don't know if you can quite make out the heels in that photo. Hang on. just cracking up. Just cracking up. Because it's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. And the thing is, if you're about inclusivity, are you? Well, what's wrong with them laughing then? What? That's not very inclusive. They find it hilarious. Laughter is a reflex action. They're cracking up. And so it's not, if you're going to be inclusive, then they're allowed to laugh their heads off. Oh, it's not inclusive. Oh, because that wasn't your plan, was it? Your plan was destruction of Western civilization. Yeah, of course. Sorry, slipped my mind again. Next, a clip from the hip. It's certainly not going to find it there. Let me just delete these as we go, or I'll play them again. Okay, that's all it on the OBS. So I've got a review of that Frank and Penelope movie. Watch my review because there's no spoilers in it, and it might do you good. So if you haven't heard this next clip, if you haven't seen this next clip, I don't know where you've been. It's Joe Rogan. We'll see what mad as a box of frogs Steve Turley's got to say about it, just for a minute or so, and then we'll talk amongst ourselves. I think this is big. Big if true. I think this is big. And I'll tell you why after. Not that you obviously can't guess, but, you know, that's how it works around here. So this is Joe Rogan recently streaming.
No one who is alive today had ever experienced a true pandemic. And I'm hoping that now that this is over, people are going to, recognize that some serious errors were made and not repeat those. That's the best you can get out of it.
So what do you tell those people?
Vote Republican.
Oh.
That's what a lot of them are going to do anyway.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Joe Rogan may finally have gotten red pilled. He calls on all Americans to vote Republican in November in order to protect our freedoms. We're going to take a look at exactly what Rogan said and why he said it. We're going to find out how a record number of voters have already made the shift over to the GOP. And make sure you stick with me to the very end of this video when
we won't be sticking to any more than that. So here's what's interesting. I think a lot of Democrats watch Joe Rogan. I mean, Joe Rogan is a liberal. He's a liberal. He's a liberal, and he outright says COVID was such a fuck up. The only sensible thing to do is to vote Republican. And for a man with his reach, and think about how people think when they're 17, 18, 19. Think about the early 20s. Think about how people think. They like a bit of that. They like to go round to their mates and sort of go, I'm voting Republican. And all their mates are like, what? Yeah, I'm voting Republican. Well, I've just been looking at what's been going on and that. Because people look up to him. You know, he is the most influential. That's a weird way of saying it, actually. He is, of the influencer class, the most successful podcast in the world. He's got a whopping audience on top of his actual cast. It gets clipped and mirrored everywhere. You could probably almost double the views of his actual podcast. And no, I'm not. Hello, Alan. I was talking. We had a members stream the other day, and I was begging that you'd be there, but I fucked it up. To be honest with you, Dawn, I can't watch a whole show because why doesn't? Oh yeah. When he gets guests on, he makes them less intelligent than they are. His input makes them less interesting. But he does have a very big reach. And there's a few other people switching. There's things happening all across. The midterm red wave is already on. The communists have tried to pull their hands with their giving the students their money back. Their money? What? You're writing off their debts? Oh, okay. So everyone else is paying for your gender studies degree. Yeah. Why they think that's going to go down well, I haven't got a fucking clue. I have every faith, and I've said it countless times, that the midterms is going to be awesome. It's going to be a night, an American political night like no other. I have absolute faith it will be, because it already is. It's already started happening. We see it with Yonkin. We've seen it in just the other day. I can't remember where, but that district attorney. 2 or 3 years ago, if you were to say a George Soros-funded district attorney, you'd be a conspiracy theorist. Fox News says that these days. That's just now. That's just a thing. And well, people always say that to me, Ozmeister, but are you really going to bother campaigning for an election if you haven't got that covered? I'm not saying it happened last time. But if you're going to bother putting the time and money and all the sacrifices that it counts, are you not going to make sure that that's covered? Surely you are. I just read, Alan, computer fucked. I have to get a new one. Been there this year, man. The advice I'd give you, Alan, is just do it. I mean, I just put it off and put it off and put it off and put it off, and then realised that I'm going to have to get one at some point, and I just had to bite the bullet and get one. But there weren't a lot of people there, to be honest with you, Alan, because I think it was very spontaneous. And I screwed up the times a little bit. So there you go. Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to absolutely smash it. There you go, Rags. The difference between a conspiracy theory and a fact is about 3 months. Good call. Interesting. Right. Yes, there you go. Exactly, Art Glow. Yep. And they're the DAs that have made resisting arrest not a crime. That's it. You've pulled the trapdoor out of implementing law. If you can resist arrest, it's over. That's insanity. And what about this? You don't get done for shoplifting if it's under $1,000. These people are just, Walmart and Target and all these big shops that, these big superstores that serve whole communities, they're just shutting down. They're just saying, well, we can't afford to, we're not a giveaway, so they're just shutting down now. And then you've got the little shops. They can't afford it. So they're doing things like, that little square bit of glass where you have to knock on it. Yes, what do you want? I want some toilet roll. Yeah, $4 first. So, you cannot hide what has happened to the United States of communism. You can't hide it. Joe Biden's it's a joke. You've got the laughing hyena. You've got Joe. I mean, it's fucked. The energy thing, the money getting laundered. Sorry, I mean given to the war effort. And even Rogan says it then. He says, vote Republican. The other bloke sort of is like, whoa. And Rogan says, that's what everyone's going to do anyway. Yeah, I agree with him. They are. Because how can you vote for this lot again? How can you do that? How can you? I mean, there will be some, like Pantifa, because they like communists. But how can anyone with even, if you vote, you have an idea of politics, even if it's a slim idea. No one, apart from the commies themselves, which is how it always works, is doing well out of the Biden administration. America's fucked at the moment. If there was a war, America has not been this weak. It hasn't been this weak before. It's relying on OPEC for power, for energy, and it's NATO allies. They're relying on Russia for energy. It's just all madness. You've got that weird. Hang on. I've got to show you this. Let me see if I can find this. I mean, a few of you would have seen it, but. That Liz Cheney lookalike. Hang on, have a look at this. So you've got this bird right up top in the, you've got Democrats in Congress saying they don't know what a woman is. How do you vote those people into power? How can you actually go, yeah, that's the kind of policy I want? Imagine if you've got daughters. Are you really going to vote people into power who don't know what women are? And because they know what women are, so they're just not going to say it. So they're lying. You're gonna knowingly vote corrupt people in, are you? Okay, it ain't going to happen. It's going to be a red wave for the length of that ticket. It's going to be parent teachers associations. It's going to be local judges, district attorneys, police chiefs, and the lot. The commies are getting out. There'll be a couple staying, but I reckon it's just going to go red because the country's fucked otherwise. The country the Republic, cannot handle 2 more years of this. It can't. I don't mean to sound hyperbolic, but I'm no political scientist, but I can't see America recovering, the United States of America, that is, recovering from 2 more years. It would have gone beyond the point of no return. And it will need a complete overhaul that is a generational thing to recover what communism can do to a nation or a republic in 4 years. I think they'll be in power in name only after the midterms, and I really fucking hope so as well, for obvious reasons. Have a look at this, Liz Cheney. Which one's Liz? She got an absolute hiding as well. She got an absolute hiding. Look at it. Oh, Browning, I want to see them all. I want to swim in those liberal tears. Good Lord. It really fucked everything. It continues to. But I honestly think it's on its way up. I mean, we ain't far off the Italian elections. Last time we looked at it, the far right nationalist was 30 points ahead. She's putting battle. She's going to put warships in the water to stop Africans invading Italy. And her polling numbers went. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Because their country's changing. Their country's changing. There's gangs of Somalians running around with machetes on the streets of fucking Sicily. Why wouldn't you do something about that? Oh, because, you know, because communism, leftism, tardism, inclusivity. I don't even know what it is. What is it? What is it? Why do they do that? I'm not even joking, by the way. This isn't me joking. I've forgotten why they do it. What is it? Why do you bring millions of people from other nations and different cultures into your country? I'm not joking. I'm serious. I've forgotten what the excuse is. How amazing is that? Let's just have one more look at Liz Cheney and her twin sister. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Metis. I absolutely agree with you. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you stop an invasion using the military? That's what they're for. That's what the military's for, isn't it? One of the reasons, anyway. Right. Now, where are we going from here? We had Rogues. This is an old tape from Joe Biden. I think Vincent sent me this one. I don't know if you've seen this. This is called Joe Biden Wishes This Was Lost Forever. This is from 1987. The audio's a little bit creaky, but you should be able to make it out. Listen to what Biden says.
Senator Joseph Biden dropped out of the hunt today, saying the disclosures about his plagiarism in law school and his exaggerations about his academic record made it impossible for him to continue.
I do it with incredible reluctance, and it makes me angry. I'm angry with myself for having been put myself in the position of having to make this choice.
The Delaware Democrat is the second candidate to be forced from the race by questions of character and integrity.
Some things never change.
he got caught plagiarizing, copying other people's work to get his degree, and then lied about his other educational achievements. Some things never change. Mark Stern, good stuff, Mark Stern. We're going to watch a fair amount of this. I can't risk the PJW video on the same subject. Why won't it let me maximize it? That's really weird. Hang on, people. Let me just... There you go. I can't risk the PJW one just because of the old terms of service, but I recommend you watch Paul Joseph Watson. Hang on. The Paul Joseph Watson video called We Were Right, but a bit later. Check this out. It's a bit long, but, you know, it's quite something. It's from GB News.
Nothing to see here. On Sunday, mountain biker Rab Wardell won the Scottish cross-country championship, the national championship. On Monday, the champ went on BBC Scotland to talk about his victory.
Talk me through it then. How do you contend with 3 punctures in a race like this and go on to lift the gold medal?
Unfortunately, I'm probably a little bit too well practiced in managing punctures, but no, it was to be honest, it was a bit of a disaster. But no, I just have to keep on trucking and keep racing. And I guess still felt confident that I'd be able to catch the leaders and win. So, yeah, just give it my best shot.
So a tremendous come-from-behind win on the Sunday. On the Monday, he's on the BBC talking about it, full of life there. Then he goes home and dies. Headline from the Daily Record. Mountain biker Rab Wardell dies just 2 days after winning Scottish Championship. He went into cardiac arrest on Tuesday morning, less than 48 hours after winning a national championship. His poor, devastated girlfriend, Commonwealth Games and Olympics champion, Katie Archibald, tried to revive him, but she was unable to, as she subsequently tweeted, I still don't understand what's happened. If this is real, why he'd be taken now, so healthy and happy. Rab Wardell was 37, which is no age to die. Nothing to see here in cycling and nothing to see here in rugby from the Huddersfield Daily Examiner. To Halifax rugby player Ben, who has died suddenly, age 30. Ben from Siddle died suddenly on Monday, leaving his family and friends completely shocked. The 30-year-old dad played competitive rugby for a host of local league and union teams, including Huddersfield Giants and Bradford Bulls. Nothing to see here in rugby. Nothing to see here in cycling, nothing to see here in football. From the Daily Mirror, quote, tributes have poured in after the sudden death of West Belfast footballer Molly White. Molly White was 20 and a rising star in women's football. Nothing to see here in boxing. Also from the Belfast Telegraph, a young boxer who passed away suddenly had an infectious smile and kind-hearted nature. His West Belfast club said St Michael's Boxing Club led tributes to 19-year-old Dominic Oscar after his death last Thursday. Nothing to see here in cycling, rugby, football, boxing, 37 years old, 30 years old, 20 years old, 19. Fit, healthy, in the peak of condition, and dead. But nothing to see here. A few months ago, I thought there might be something to see here in all these sportsmen suddenly dying, and I'm being investigated by Ofcom over it, so I certainly wouldn't want to make that mistake again.
You can go and watch the rest of that on GB News. He kind of didn't quite get the football one right because, who was it? Patrice Muamba. So sorry, I was knocking those flumps back during that while we were watching that like nobody's business. I do apologise. Not nice. Yeah, look, from Arklow, 10 GAA lads dropped dead in the last year as well. In football, it was so rare for footballers to collapse on the pitch and have heart attacks that when it happened to, I think, can anyone confirm I've got this right? It was Patrice Muamba, right? That they done like a minute's silent, like a minute's applause, like 4 weeks later or something. Do you reckon, Baz? Do you reckon I'm getting a bit too close? But in football, there's been. I think it's probably the GAA is probably some kind of Gaelic football, Gaelic something association. I'm guessing because Arklow knows about that sport. And it was just rare, but even Aguero, like one of the fittest blokes there, had to give it up because he had like an heart attack. There's been loads in football, just not people dying, but just people having heart attacks, like footballers, and like that list there. And go and have a look into it. Go and have a look into it yourself. It weren't that bloke though, was it? I thought it was a Spurs player, Glenn. Who am I thinking of, Glenn? Unless he done a Sol Campbell reversal. Good Lord, Zeitgeist says, my son is 24 and relatively healthy. He had to do that to keep his job and recently got a blood clot. Lucky he got it early. Man, it's just shocking, isn't it? Oh, yeah, I'm glad that you got that early. Absolutely. Hello, Pags. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, there was a tennis player the other day. Osmeister saying it was a Bolton player. Yeah, I'm sure there was a Spurs player, but a few people were saying it was Bolton. He was, there you go. It's all making sense now. All right, so there was that. I can't play the rest of that video. It's too risky. It's too risky. Okay, now a slight change of, a slight jolt in the direction. A little bit of toxic masculinity. This didn't go where I thought it went. But what I want to say to you before we show it, I've spent a lot of time on stage. I was a stand-up comic for 10 years. And when you're on stage, it's tense. It's tense. Even when you've got learn your stagecraft and you go up there and you're all like, all right, oi, shut up, you. Oh, actually, you can keep talking. You're quite funny. You know, you make it look like you're all, you know, but it's tense, especially if you're doing like if you're doing a 5-minute open spot, it's nothing. But if you've got 30, 40 minutes, there's the fear that you're losing them, and it can really turn you. And I've said some really nasty things to people and regretted it instantly. But rather than saying, hang on, shouldn't have said that because that's so cringe, I've doubled down. Because when you're in, you know, it's fight or flight, but you can't do either because you're on stage. So you're fighting and flighting and you're doing both but neither. I just want to put that out there because it might explain something. Now, you'll see that's the first toxic masculinity clip. But there's a couple after it I want you to see as well, which are just humans being very, very strange. But the first one, it's a very old clip. I wouldn't be surprised if some of you have seen it. But it's a cracker. It's an absolute cracker. Because if you haven't seen it, you really don't see it coming. And if you have seen it, maybe don't ruin it for people because it's quite special. Hang on a minute. Let's have the audio. Oh no, it's letting me down. I'm getting the canopy. Oh, here we go. Ah, bollocks to that. Attila the stockbroker. We might have a problem here because it's now buffering. Let's see if we can put out of my. Right, here we go. We should be all right. Let me know you can hear it.
Kenny, man, what's your name? Asshole. Oh, you ain't shit, but. Yeah, I'll tell you, if you guys don't shut the fuck up, 200 people are going to beat the living shit out of you. I ain't kidding. Because we got people who can just take you out here so fast, man, it'll be like you out in the parking lot going, huh? I know. It's the okay state. I seen your license plate. Oklahoma's okay. It's like, you know, it might not be Nirvana, man, but by God, it's okay. I don't know, if you're in Oklahoma, is that Oklahomanian? I guess if you were gay, you'd be in Oklahoma. Kind of like this guy.
The weird thing is, he's doing all right. He's not smashing it, but he's doing all right, right?
But you know, no, really, don't mess with me, because I don't come down to the bus station and slap the dick out of your mouth when you're working, do I? I'm sorry, man.
Let's just watch that again. That's not a joke. It was a good line, actually, Packer. I don't slap the dick out of your mouth when you're working, but it still looks like a joke. You know, the way he's swinging the guitar, it still looks like a joke until he fucking whacks it over that fella's head.
I'm sorry, man. The guy fucking came at me. What do you think, folks?
No way.
Okay, show.
That was unnecessary.
Did you check him out when he went, I'm sorry, folks, but the guy came at me? Probably thought it was a joke because everyone was laughing. Everyone was laughing, weren't they, when he went, you come up here, man. You know, that sort of thing comedians do. You want to play? You want to fight me? And everyone's going, yee-haw! And the blokes obviously probably thought, yeah, we get up on stage. Fucking hell. And then he tried to do it. He came at me. What do you think? And they went, no. No. Now, yes, it's brutal. Good call, Miss Dangered. It's a real Carl, a bloke called Karen. Oi, Carl, you weren't here, but foot golf, Richard Griffiths, while the Amber Heard trial was going on, he said he's got a new one for his exes because they're the mother of his kids. And he says, what was it? Calm down, Amber. Oi, Mrs. In it. Yes, he did fuck his guitar, but do you see him like he tunes it as if, yeah, I'll get that back working by the morning. Now, I wanted to show you that clip because it's fucking weird. But there's a little bit, there's a couple more afterwards that I didn't see coming because I didn't know they were on it. But this is a compilation of when people die inside. This is number 16. There's a lot of them. But the next couple are pretty cool too. So we'll watch them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, who's ready out there to meet their superheroes?
Right, so this is very short, but I mean, already look at the graphics. That's not an authentic superhero show, is it? And I'm judging by the three kids at the front. This is like a Pontins or a Butlins. And, you know, what is he? Like Mr. Lightning? You know, is that a thing? Is that an actual thing, King Corona? Have I got it wrong? Are they the Incredible something? How the fuck do you know that? And well, that takes my point away from it. But check out what I do know. Yeah, I know it well. Had dinner with him. Look at that. Foot golf just turned up. First I've watched you in a month and 2 minutes in. I get a name check. I power stuff. Keep coming back. Richard. You know what I mean? You're my tribe. And I just beat my belly. Boom. Keep coming back. Keep coming back. Do you remember everyone around us started doing it? Keep coming back. Me and Richard were at the Barcelona. I'm doxing you here, Rich. We're at the Barcelona Narcotics Anonymous World Convention, right? And it was fucking shit. And because you've got someone to identify with. There you go. They have like these big shares, and you get these. Essentially, they're professional NA sharers who you know they've got a real reputation, and it's like the main share at the World NA convention. And this geezer started talking like what Richard said there. He was going, you know, when I first went to an NA meeting, I thought, I don't know these people. And they'd always say to me, whatever I said, whatever bullshit I said about my using, they'd say, keep coming back. And next time I'd go there and I'd be smashed off my head and I'd talk bullshit and I'd tell them they were all fucking lunatics. And they'd say to me, keep coming back. Keep coming back, Mike. And I'd go back there and then one day, it was like I heard the distant drums. And I thought, these are my people. These are my tribe. And I could hear it. And he started doing this on his chest in front of the mic. So I was going boom, 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 boom. Now, this was about 10 years. No, fuck me. 15 years. 10 years. Before The Wolf of Wall Street, with that really weird scene where DiCaprio and the other fella are in the restaurant and he's going, but he was doing it on stage in front of about 5,000 people at this huge convention center. And I'm just seeing if Richard could remember anything, if Richard's dropping in any more great lines. And he was going, and they were saying, keep coming back. Keep coming back. And then he was like, do it now. Because we are our tribe. And people in the audience were going, yeah, keep coming back. And me and Richard were just there going, Richard, what was the other one? There was King Corona says, "Oh, so that the wolf of Wall Street was a reference to that." Richard, what was the other one? There was another funny one that had us in hysterics. Maybe we can't remember the details, but here's a really funny thing as well. In between every share or whatever it was, sometimes it was just like a presentation. Everyone would pile outside because it was Barcelona. I spent most of the time down the beach, to be honest with you, because it was just down the road from the convention centre. But there's these huge steps just outside the convention centre, and you could seat about 600, 700, no, probably a couple of thousand people there. And all the local drug dealers had thought, look at all these fucking foreign tourists. This is brilliant. And this is just the clean brigade. You know, you do not go to the World NA convention if you're using drugs. It's just the last place you'll go. And there was just all these Spaniards walking around going, hashish cocaine, hashish cocaine. And everyone was like, no. They must have thought there'd been some kind of glitch in the Matrix. Why is no one buying drugs today? It was fucking shit, man. I hated it. It's all paid for by NA. All those fucking pound coins that go in the collection hats at the end of every meeting, that all gets fed up to NA top dogs. It's totally self-sufficient, and it is. I have to say, NA is pretty cool in that respect. They don't expect other people to pay for it. I'm sure there's people making a fortune somewhere, though. They sell those books for like $10 a time. I keep coming back. Buy another book. Buy another basic text. But Richard, I'm sure there was another bloke that had us in fits and not for the right reasons. Anyway, so going back to this, it's only a short one, but what a skanky job to play these superheroes. I didn't know they were the Instructables, so it does take the edge off it slightly. But it does. No, I knew you thought that, Willow, but it certainly isn't. Me too, Mousecat. Only time I've been as well. I just wished I was on the piss, to be honest with you. I could have actually enjoyed it. Anyway, check this out. I'll have to do it again because we'd have lost the audio, but it's only a small one, but it's very funny. And then it goes on to another one. Yeah.
Ready out there to meet their superheroes. Let me hear you scream. Please welcome out for your hashtag Incredibles Super Dance Party. Make some noise for the one and only.
Right. For a start, hashtag is amazing. That he bothered to try and get a bit of marketing in to the audience of what sounded like about, 10 people? If we include those three at the front. He actually said, yeah, give us a round of applause for the hashtag Incredibles. Eh, what? But what bizarre. It's not massive, but it's got a lovely bizarre element to it.
I hear you scream. Please welcome out for your hashtag Incredibles Super Dance Party. Make some noise for the one and only Elastigirl. Let's hear it for it, everybody. Girl power. Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for
her face has fallen off. Look at that bizarre thing. You'll get a clearer view of it in a minute. But look at the bizarre faceless creature that walks off.
Girl power. Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the one and only Elastigirl.
I don't think that was supposed to happen.
Superhero.
She just tripped over and her face fell off. Oh, dearie, how embarrassing.
This is so much fun.
Amazing that was the best. Yeah, it was weird because the face fell off the front, the wig thing, the plastic wig tilted forward, so it looked like a faceless fever dream sort of character just walking backwards, like the backwards man. I can walk backwards as fast as you can. It was a bit Freddy Got Fingered with the face of nothing. This is from an early reality TV show called Eliminate, where, you know, they put blokes and birds together and, you know, you have to try and pull the bird. Now, admittedly, the geezer that, I don't want to ruin it, but let's just say the geezer who wins is, I'd have had to have slapped him. There's no fighting here, but what I want you to, I don't want to read it for you, but imagine being the loser here, knowing that all your friends are watching this, everyone you went to school with is watching this, everyone you told on social media, hey, because the only kind of people who go on these shows are people who think they're going to win. Hey, everyone, I'm going to be on Eliminate, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Imagine knowing that. The cringe is intense. I don't think the geezer ever recovers from this. Check it.
For me, because I have this princess complex, and it's the horse and the carriage ride thing, and it's so nice. It's kind of like a fantasy thing for me. You know? Do you guys have any?
I've lived out one of my fantasies before.
What is
That's due to old age. Experience, my young friend.
Experience,
yes. How about you, Hot Shot? What kind of fantasies have you bring out?
I have tons of fantasies.
Well, name one of them.
Keep evolving. To change as time goes on.
Well, I'd like to.
I got two things on it. I'm younger and I got skill.
It gets worse. It gets worse.
I want to pull out a hip in his mouth.
Now, I apologize that he swallowed your face, but if you'd like a real kiss,
do you really want sloppy seconds? Do you want sloppy seconds?
I think you'll take whatever you can get at this point. Well, desperation.
You don't want sloppy seconds.
It won't be sloppy once you're over here.
Hey, man, experience I got.
Yeah, well,
I'm being reports that some people are getting it. Is it a bit buffery? Oh, Martin. Oh no, Marsh, don't say that. Oh, I'm gutted that you couldn't see. It's hilarious. I will try it again just from there. But did you notice she blew him out when he went in for he went. I don't know who's seen it, who hasn't seen it.
You got it first.
Yeah, well, he's sneaky
Got
like
it
that.
before, though.
Sneaky. Yeah, he's sneaky like that. He's drunk, so he can't control himself.
I definitely think I'm going to win. There's no doubt in my mind. Craig, you're a little too old for this game.
That was a shame. It got a bit confusing, but there you go. It ain't. Look at it's fucking 4 o'clock in the morning. Good Lord. It wouldn't be a Dangerfield stream without a bit from the United Spot. And fair play to the United Spot. He's made a channel in a very saturated environment, and he's smashing it. And he decided to make a video, Farewell Brian. And it's our friend Brian Stelter from CNN. Check it. I'm sorry about if the videos are jumpy. I'm on a crappy neighbours Wi-Fi. Here we go.
Hello, everyone. This is Brian. I'm going live to share some heartbreaking news to all of my fans. I'll wait until everybody shows up. Looks like there's 2 people watching. Oh, just one now. Okay, well, I'm just gonna start talking then. Pull it together, Brian. I promised myself I wasn't gonna do this. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the darkest day in American history. Because today, my show was so...
What was the name of your show?
My show was called Reliable Sources.
Never heard of it.
Isn't that insane? Absolutely insane that Stelter's show was called Reliable Sources. I mean, if you want to get an understanding of the world we're in, get it out. We'll do that. Don't worry. I mean, for fuck's sake.
And I thought it was doing really well. Last week, my show got a couple of views. My mom has 3 TVs. I don't know what happened. It was a huge success. It's all Trump's fault. It has to be. What am I going to do now? Reporting real news and telling the truth is all I know how to do. What about my couple of fans? What are they going to do? If I can't tell them the truth, then who will? Is Liz Cheney taking my job? Is that what happened? Why? Why? I'm never going to give up. Telling the truth is my passion. It's a part of me. I'm not me if I don't tell the truth. CNN might have canceled my extremely popular show, but they haven't silenced me. To the 3 people watching, to the 2 people watching, Mom! Sign back in! To the 3 people watching, I have some exciting news. I'm running for president.
All right, Brian,
and I'm going to win.
Let's wrap it up. Brian, shut it down. 5.
The 5 people who are, the 4 people, the 3 people who are watching me don't see this.
Hurry up.
If you see this, vote for.
Now, here's the weird thing, though. I can't remember who it was, but it was someone I kind of trust to have an understanding of American media. I can't remember who it was, if someone remembers or also saw it. They reckon that Stelter will get a job back in the media in no time. They reckon he'll be on MSNBC or, you know, one of the varieties of that in no time. Now, if that's true, it kind of makes you realise, doesn't it, that there's not... I mean, look at Don Lemon. Don Lemon is fucking shit. And I mean that. I mean it. He's fucking shit at presenting the news. He hasn't got the skills. He can't do it. He can't think. He can't talk. He can't have a conversation. He's shit, right? Stay with me with this. Kumo. You remember Kumo? Do you remember when Kumo and Lemon were on together? It was just like a pair of tards. And it makes you think, actually, that it's not a question of being able to do the job. It's a question of being able, of being so sold your soul to the devil that you'll actually do that job. I honestly don't think there's enough people around who are willing, and I mean this, I know it's a weird reach, but I don't think there's enough people around who will agree to be an anchor on somewhere like CNN, MSNBC, et al., knowing that they're pushing propaganda, knowing that they're putting out false information for political gain. Because that's a tough gig. Really, and I mean that. No, I'm not defending them. I think they're arseholes. But if Stelter's actually going to get a gig as an anchor on another show, why? His CNN show was terrible. It was getting beaten by reruns of cooking channels at prime time. And if it's just there must just be this little posse of people who are willing to just deceive the American public and not care. I just don't know. It must be. Unless anyone else can give me a reason why Stelter would get re-employed. I mean, the only thing he's proven is that he can't keep an audience. We'll have a little look at this is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. What's her name? Karine Jean-Pierre. Another train wreck. Beautifully edited. Bring back fucking Jen Nutsaki, please. This is just Painful now. Check it out. Play. Come on, you can do it. Come on, internet. What about if I blow on the keyboard?
How this process works, and they can go to the website.
But for everyone else besides
Right, so she gets given a question. Actually listen to her answer and try and follow it, okay?
if they have to wait for these forms and they have to apply and they have to hear back, can you guarantee that everyone who qualifies will see their balance shrink before repayments start being due next year?
Look, this is something that we want to make sure it happens right away. I don't have a timeline for you. That is something that the Department of Education is going to work on. As a in a as a in a in a way that's hopefully as they can in a fast way. But look, that is something, again, that the Department of Education is going to focus on. It is important. We want this to happen for these individuals. But again, as we know, the pause is going to be lifted at the end of December 31st, right? At the end of December. So we want to make sure that it is done in tangent. And so that's what the Department of Education is going to be focused on.
I mean, the fact that that woman's still got that job tells you everything you need to know about the shits they don't give about the press conferences, because they talk to the media direct. That's not in the Trump administration. That's how Trump addressed the media. That's how Trump's press, whatever you call her, addressed the media. But in this administration, I don't. That's just a charade. That she can say anything, as you just saw, because they're just on the phone to them, telling them the stories, and that's why she can get away with saying nothing. Did you ever say what was it? The end of the 31st of December? Oh, what, like midnight? Midnight. Right, this isn't the clip I wanted. These are not the droids you were looking for. Oh, fuck. What did I've just got to quickly show you this. I know a lot of you follow me on Telegram. If you don't, link in the description. I'm more active on Telegram than I used to be. But I want to show you something that my best mate Ray, he owns BitChute, don't you know? They're so out for BitChute. Everyone's after BitChute. That he sends me every day. I get a thing. Someone else has said that BitChute is white supremacy, blah blah blah. But this is absolutely legit. So, what's the best way of me showing you this? Right. So you all know Ethan Ralph. If you should know. Ethan Ralph was part of the whole blood sports thing. He was part of the whole morning Kumite thing. He's a big internet name, right? Well, he's a big internet name. Hang on, let me get these round the right way. Otherwise, it's going to be stupid. Right, okay. So this is the first one. There's two clips to show you, and it's mind blowing. So this is the first clip. Don't let us down. Let's BitChute work. So this is Ethan Ralph talking about why he went to ODYSEE and closed down his BitChute account. Right, here we go. Let me know you can hear it.
They asked me yesterday why did I leave BitChute. Well, ODYSEE paid me money to leave BitChute, and I have financial transactions showing that. I have messages from Julian Chandra, the CEO, where he directly paid me money to leave BitChute. And I don't know if I talked about that before, but I mean, it's verifiable. Like there's no qualification for it. He paid me money to leave BitChute.
Right, so that's weird. You see the likes of PA and many other people saying ODYSEE is our preferred channel because they're the good guys. But they're paying people to shut down their shows on competitors' sites and come to them. Kind of okay. That's kind of okay, I suppose. It's business. We want your personality here. Part of the deal is it's an exclusive deal. Okay, we good with that. We understand that. That's business. And he says, I got paid. If someone come to me and offered me money in the financial situation I'm in at the moment, and it was life-changing money, that ain't happening. But I'd have to consider it. Right. That ain't even the tip of the iceberg of where this goes. So the next, this is incredible. The next clip, and this is good. I know there's a few people in the chat who are going to absolutely love this. So after Ethan's given up his BitChute, be quiet. So after Ethan's left BitChute and gone to Odyssey, the boss, the owner of Odyssey, and the messages are on the screen. Hopefully you'll be able to see them. As a text conversation with Ethan Ralph. If you haven't seen this, this is fucking absurd. Check it.
So, anyways, asked me about her condition, and I'm telling her, and then he says, "You got to talk to my guy Malik."
Right? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The boss of BitChute in a text, what? Says to Ethan, "You've got to talk to my guy Moloch. Moloch is Satan." And then, well, I'll play that bit again. And it's all on the screen. Look, this is the boss of Odyssey. Look.
So, anyways, asked me about her condition, and I'm telling her, and then he says, "You got to talk to my guy Moloch." I know it all sounds. I blurred out retarded because it's Twitter. I knew people would be trying to report this. Yeah, and I was like, because he kept bothering me about this, by the way. He kept bringing up Moloch all the time. And so I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I thought about it. I was like, it does sound wild, LOL. That's like a very uncomfortable LOL. Because he kept bringing up Moloch, like on the phone and shit. He would be talking about Moloch. And he was like, it brought him such great riches. Moloch? I don't know how to say it right. Moloch? The devil. I mean, I don't know what to say. So he had talked about how this had like worked out for him. I'm not kidding, by the way. This sounds insane. I'm not kidding at all. This sounds like the craziest fucking thing.
And what you might not be able to see when, like, so he says, "You got to talk to my guy Moloch," and then he says, "I know it all sounds fucking rhymes with farted," and then Ralph says, "I was actually thinking about that the other day, because why not at this point?" Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does sound wild, LOL. And even Ralph said that is an awkward LOL. And then listen to what the Odyssey boss says. "Yeah, man, but here's the thing. It's a crazy thing that really only crazy black women in Haiti and powerful people do, like corporate people, celebrities, etc., football players."
Thing. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding in the slightest. You can look this guy up. Like, you can look this guy's website up. Like, it's not a joke. I know it sounds fucking just insane. Yeah, this is Julian, the CEO of Odyssey. This sounds insane. I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
No, that's a fair point, Baz. But you know, it gets confusing, doesn't it? Lucifer, Satan, the devil, the archangel, blah blah blah. But just to buy him off BitChute and then go, "You need to talk to my guy Moloch." You know, celebrities, corporate bosses, football players, they get their power. What would you say to that? Well, I'm trying to think how I'd reply to that. I'll be like, So what? Do we all sort of meet up and wear like red hoods and sacrifice virgins? And I mean, how do you talk to his guy Moloch? It's really weird, man. It's really weird. I mean, it doesn't scare me, but it's fucking weird. There's no doubt in the weirdness of that little turnout. A quick photograph I want to show you here. This, I've seen this, by the way. This is Angkor Wat. And I've been to Angkor. And those golden bits, that is the symbol of Cambodia, that part of Angkor. That's on their national flag. It's on their currency. It's everywhere because it's... And I must say, Angkor Wat, I don't usually do tourist places, but Angkor blew my mind. But that is what happens at 6 o'clock in the morning when the sun comes up. And it's said that it was done by design. And it reflects off of the water. The Taj Mahal has a similar trick with the lake in front of it. It changes color. The Taj Mahal changes color all day long, which is a beautiful bit of architecture. But look at that. It looks like it's been painted or covered in gold leaf, doesn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. And like 10 minutes later, those gold bits look exactly like the rocks underneath them. I just thought I'd drop that in there because it was there. Right. What else have I got for you? Not a lot, actually. This is an old clip, but this is really old. This goes back 5 years. But just I've always rated John McEnroe. My mother used to play tennis, and she has been to Wimbledon. She always gets centre court tickets. Fuck knows what weird tennis mafia my mum's involved with, but she gets centre court tickets every year, and she loves it. And she always sees the men's finals, and it's like, and she's like, it's like, yeah, but what? How do you get those tickets? Anyone into tennis will know that getting men's final centre court tickets, that gig is sewn up. Anyway. And so as a kid, and again, anyone my age will remember McEnroe, Borg, all that. You can't be serious. And the spoilt brat McEnroe. And he's really cool. I think he's married. Isn't he married to Patti Smith, the singer, the punk singer? I don't know if I've got that right, but he might be. Let me just check that out. Hang on. John McEnroe, wife. See how far wrong I've got this. Oh, come on, internet. Patti Smith. He absolutely is married to Patti Smith. Surely it's not the same one. I don't think that's the same one. It can't be. I think someone told me this before, and I assumed it was... No, it is. It's the Patti Smith. Fucking hell. It's the Patti Smith. Do you remember we watched her crying at that weird thing when she sung a Bob Dylan song to the elites, to the party of Davos? It was like, what? Now, yes, Joan, that is one of hers. Not one of her best. It's a hit, though. But Horses, the album Horses is... So anyway... John McEnroe, and as you'll see, he said that Serena Williams would rank about 700th if she was to play men. And that was actually tried in the end. What happened was John McEnroe said that Serena Williams is the best female tennis player ever. And someone went, yeah, really? Why did you have to say best female tennis player? And McEnroe, because he's not an idiot, said, well, because she's not as good as the men. And they're not. They're not as fast. They're not as strong. And therefore, it's not as good a game. Still enjoyable if you're into tennis. Maybe you prefer a slower game. I don't know. But the reality is they would rank low. And you can look this up. Some geezer who was ranked about 400 in men's tennis played both Serena and Venus on the same day. He beat Venus straight sets because it was easier than he'd assumed. Had a couple of beers in the break between playing Venus and Serena. Serena won one game. He ranked 400th in the men. He just beat them because men and women are different. Well, in Minecraft, obviously, we all know they're identical. What's interesting about this clip isn't John McEnroe speaking the truth, because we all know that. It's the other people on the panel just refusing to break cover. They know what he's saying is the truth, but they just refuse to break cover. That's the phrase I'm looking for, and that's what you'll see. And it's fucking disgraceful. And these are the Brian Stelters I'm talking about. These are the kind of people you need who know that they're lying, and yet they're quite happy to continue with it. It's 4:15 in the morning, for fuck's sake. See you in the migraine. Let's go, but this is worth it. Check it.
What's new?
Always.
What's going on?
Let's just start with the elephant in the room.
That's right.
Why was it necessary for you to say that anybody, Serena, couldn't beat the 700th player on the men's circuit?
As you know well enough, Charlie, respect Serena very much so, okay? And I was simply calling her on an NPR, which supposedly you're supposed, this is where you can say it like it is and you're going to get honest feedback. She's the greatest female player that ever lived. Then the lady said to me, I don't remember which one, but she...
Isn't it incredible that feminism won't let him say she's the greatest female player that ever lived? Wow. That's just wow. It's what an incredible compliment. I'd have said Martina Navratilova, Billie Jean King. There's other contenders, but he outright just said it. What a compliment from one of the other greatest, one of the greatest male tennis players that ever lived. No, you've got to lie. You've got to lie.
He said, why did you say woman? Why don't you just say the greatest, tennis player that ever lived? And so then I felt the need, however, unfortunately, I'm probably to defend myself. I don't know.
Felt the need to, tell the truth, have some integrity.
Or just say what I really felt. Which is about what I think she would be. I think you're referring to the fact that I said she'd be about 700 in the world.
Yeah. Right.
I've got a solution, Gail, though, because I know that you're friendly with Serena, and I think at least until yesterday,
I'm just waiting. Would you like to apologize?
No.
Fucking great. No. And I'm so proud of him for saying no, and that's how bad things have got. Of course, he shouldn't apologize, even if he was wrong. If he believed he was right, you don't apologize. You fight your corner. You argue it. They did you hear? She said, "I'm grabbing the table now." She's so angry. What are you angry about? She hasn't posited an opposing argument, just an opposing view, and it's an opposing view that's not true. This is bullshit. This was 5 years ago.
But the offer is this, is because it seems in tennis, unlike other sports, that they're always asking about how women, they always ask me how I would do for someone. Why isn't this old bag John McEnroe, how would he do against Serena? Why don't you combine, just solve the problem? I'm sure the men would be all for this. The men and women play together.
The men and so fuck men's and women's tennis. Like, you know, if there's no difference, just have tennis. The Wimbledon Tennis Championships. There you go. I mean, when all the women are knocked out in the qualifiers, well, you know, then your ideology goes down the pan a little bit, but that will never happen. That you've got to maintain the illusion, but keep the distinction. What kind of retarded thinking is that? Maintain the illusion, but keep the distinction. Okay, he nailed it, and well, that's kind of the end of it because they've got nothing after that.
And then we don't have to guess.
But John, you didn't answer Charlie's question.
Yeah, because he didn't need to, because Charlie didn't answer a question. Charlie didn't ask him a question. Now, we are going to have Get It Out because loads of people voted for it, and that was very nice. Yeah, I read a bit about that, actually, Dawn. I read about the chess championships. They won't do that either, will they? It's Martin and shower together. Well, Baz, look into the story of when that fella I just told you about played Venus. It was literally, because my mother told me, it was literally ice, because she can't return those balls. She ain't fast enough. She can't get there in time. And we're not talking about normal men and women here. We're talking about men and women at the peak. And if you think of the bell curve, the male peak is significantly higher than the woman's peak. You know, can you imagine her trying to return a serve? Even if she gets there, it's going to break her fucking wrist. You've seen the arms of those tennis players. They've all got one arm bigger than the other as well because they're wankers, know what I mean? They've got a big arm. But, you know, dang, fucking hell. You know, if Roger Federer served an ace to me and I actually got that racket to it, it would probably, and I'm not joking, it would probably knock that racket out of my hand because he's dedicated the last 30 years of his life into how to hit that fucking ball as hard as he can. I haven't dedicated more than about, how much tennis have I played? 30 minutes ever in returning that. It would probably take the racket out of my hand. And, well, you know, if there's no problem with it, let them all play together, but they won't do it. I told you the other day, the American world champion women's football team played an under-15s like League 10 team, and they lost 9-0. They were kids, but they were boys. Anyway, before we play Get It Out, I just want to celebrate a woman. I want to celebrate a woman. And I've celebrated this woman on this channel before, about 6 years ago. She was once married to the French Prime Minister Sarkozy. She was also had an affair with Eric Clapton. She was also a model and fucking gorgeous as well. Her name's Carla Bruni. And she's also a singer-songwriter. And one of her songs, and my French pronunciation isn't great, it's something like Quelqu'un m'a dit. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And she plays guitar and sings it. I can't play too much of it, but I just want you to think about her success in life. And when I hear this song and I hear a lovely, gravelly French, too many gitans, blonde, snouts and red wine, she's one hot bird, man. And not just for her looks. She's incredible. And this is a beautiful song. So I'll play as much of it as I think I can get away with. It's 4:30 in the morning. Feel free to top up the 4-hour stream grift. check it. We should be all right. Let's go. Carla Brunei with Kelkuna Madi.
On me dit que nos vies ne valent pas grand-chose, elles passent en un instant comme fanent les roses. On me dit que le temps qui glisse est un salaud, que de nos chagrins il s'en fait des manteaux. Pourtant quelqu'un m'a dit que tu m'aimes encore. C'est quelqu'un qui m'a dit que tu m'aimes encore. Serait-ce possible alors? On dit que le destin se moque bien de nous, qu'il ne nous donne rien et qu'il nous promet tout. Paraît que le bonheur est à portée de main, alors on tend la main et on se retrouve fou. Pourtant quelqu'un m'a dit que tu m'aimes encore. C'est quelqu'un qui m'a dit que tu m'aimes encore. Serait-ce possible alors?
Yeah, it's beautiful. You can find it by I'll put the link in the chat because it's fucking great. And she's released albums. She's not like a one-hit wonder. She's done a lot of covers as well. It's beautiful, isn't it? Nice one, JP. Yeah, it's a bit weird, that fellow in the background with the light, isn't it? I don't know what that is. I'll try and edit it out of my watching of that video. There you go. There's the link in the chat. Yeah, that thing going on in the window is very, very strange, but what a beautiful woman. Ludwig, nice one on the donation, mate. Just eating a pint of Onken, man after my own heart. Just eating a pint of Onken cherry yogurt in honor of a nice stream. Cheers, Chris. Cheers then. Good call. I've been on the natural yogurt with Cambodian honey. So it's a bit like a mulla corner, but it's like a Cambodian top. So the honey doesn't fall through it stays on the top. So you can select how much honey you want with the bitter natural yogurt. I'm doing about 1 litre a day of it. We all know my yogurt problem, but probably better than Skag. Not really, because nothing's better than Skag. Thank you, Ludwig. People, I tried to put that link in and it didn't take it. A head of honey. It's like a lager top, but it's a yogurt honey top. There's the link for Carla Brunei. Yeah, it's really good, Ludwig. I'm not joking. I'm doing about 1 litre a day. But well, there's 4 hours and 10 minutes, people. Cheers, Picard. Someone tell her I look like Eric. Good call. That video was made about 10 years ago. She's getting on a bit, but, you know, nostalgia fucks and all that. People, it's been an absolute pleasure. I hope I've made up for the problems I've had with my internet and the strike I had. I should be getting my internet back tomorrow or the next day. It just depends when the money comes over from England. Like, not like smuggled through customs like a international bank transfer. It can take 1 day, it can take 5 days. So since yesterday was a bank holiday, there'll probably be a backlog. So easy. And it would appear at 4:30. God, it takes me 45 minutes to get to bed, floss my teeth, clean my teeth, wash my face, clean my penis, empty my balls, bed. So that's another 6 o'clock sleep. None of my novel done tonight. I didn't schedule for it, though. I told you earlier it would be a long one, didn't I? Penix. Where's Get It Out? There she is. Thank you for those who made the full 4 hours. That's always incredible. If you're not subscribed to my Substack, please get on it. It's a good way of supporting the channel. It really is, because it encourages me. Then I write, and writing's good for me. And if I'm feeling good, I stream more. I'm going to put a new Substack up as soon as I can. I've got a burp. It's going to be massive. Hang on, I'll pause. Fucking hell, all that yogurt. It's another sample from a novel. Is that a bit lazy? It sort of is, because I haven't had time to write another Substack. But I'm slowly promoting my novel now because it's looming. And it's a It's a lovely little bit that I just finished editing last night, and it's only 2,000 words, but I can't copy and paste it because Word uses the internet. It's really weird, but I'll try another 30 times after the stream before I go to bed and strop. But I certainly I'll certainly try, and I don't know what I'll call it, but when you read it, you're going to see a little bit of me that, you know, I mean, I've done some dirty things. This. Thank you, Little Bullet. Much appreciated. You get a name check at the start of the Frank and Penelope review. Not that that means anything to you. Hello, RMF. I didn't know you turned up. Nice to see you, son. The film review of Frank and Penelope is great, but I know I've done some dirty things, but this is proper squalor, and the denouement, the end of the tale, is something. It's autobiographical. It's a true story from when I was not doing so well, but it's just fucking vile. In the same way, I know I said this earlier, but some people might have left and come back. In the same way, the crack gnome story. I mean, to have a gnome with his pants down, sitting next to a little bit of poo, with me with my pants down, sitting next to a little bit of poo, that takes so many different things, 1,000,000 to 1 chances to happen to get it to occur. Well, it's kind of like that. But the absolute squalor of the final scene, which is witnessed by, I'm telling you too much. Sign up to my Substack and you'll get it sent to your email. Those of you already signed up, I'll hopefully get it to you today. If it ain't today, if it ain't today, it will be tomorrow if I get my internet on. I've said that so many times. Billy says, les Français ont-elles vraiment les assez poils? You'll have to give me that in English, Bill. I haven't got a Danny LaRue. I've got very, very little grasp of the French language. Mad Lizzie says, bloody hell, Danes, you don't have to go on. Been here a 4-hour stretch. Great fun on a bank holiday. Yay! I do about 2 hours a day, don't I? I've had it fucked up a bit lately, but yeah, I can talk. I can talk the iron legs off a donkey. That's all right, isn't it? Daffyd said, film idea tangent. Did you get the interweb back on? Scrub stock details, oh, never mind. It can be like that, but it's late here. I've had a terrible day. I don't know what I'm talking about now. Let's play Get It Out. Look after yourselves, people. Always a pleasure. That flew by for me. I'm sorry if it was a long one. I'm not. I think you probably enjoyed it, or you probably wouldn't still be here. This is Get It Out by 90s not successful band Household. Ta-ta.
You came in my dream, kissed me, loved me. Tears of a baby roll down your cheek. Your eyes are wide, so look around. You've love to give, so get it out. Get it out anytime. love sits beside me, I feel complete. You came in my dream, kissed me, loved me. Your eyes are wide, so look around. You've loved to give, so get it out. Get it out anytime.
It's been lovely having you, Dawn. It's been lovely having you. Hello, Linda. Linda, I've got a massive email of yours I'm yet to respond to. I just haven't had time, darling. I will do, though, for sure. And that's me about done. Oh, hang on. Good God. No. It's going to blow me. Hi. Now go on, piss off down your own end. I'll give you a click round the ear. Hoi!